Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down.
Yo, what it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big welcomes, guys. Good to see you guys tuning in here tonight. If you're up, you're up. If you're not, you're not. I know it's quite late. Catch the rest, catch it all in the morning if I miss you tonight. I feel like this case is just heating up every single day. I mean, it feels like it's moving fast, but at the same time, it's moving slow when it comes to the NOLAN WELLS case. Whew. I got some heat today for sure, and some interesting things to definitely look into today. I don't know if you guys ever heard of a guy named Jolly Good Ginger. However, he's a former Army interrogator. He breaks down the interview with NOLAN WELLS' friend. I don't know if you guys have saw that. He did this 8 days ago, but we haven't got to watch that yet at all, which is very, very interesting. And I've said this from the beginning. I knew there's something off about Warren in the interview. Emotion was one of the things that I pointed out. However, there's some very interesting things that this guy points out in this interview that we got to check out today. Nonetheless, the other friend, one of the friends that was interviewed, along with the mother and the lawyer, I think it's Javon. He was interviewed a while back. Some interesting things about his interview as well. Javon Williams is the name, and I'd love to share that tonight as well. This case is cooking. Lemon went live today. I don't know if you guys heard of Don Lemon. I think he interviewed the wrong guy today. I'm not going to lie. But anywho, as you all know, Nolan Wells disappeared July 4th. His body was found. His body wasn't found until July 7th, which is a lie. The timeline has changed, guys. The timeline has changed, if you don't know, about 5 times. Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy. And I'm just learning this today. The timeline has changed at least 5 times. The location where he was actually found on July 6th, not July 7th. So, you know, whether the data makes some people question whether he could drift that far, it's been questionable. The person who discovered the body is anonymous, as we went over yesterday. This is one of the biggest, one of the biggest suspicions that have revolved around this case. Now, we'll get there. I'm jumping the gun here. We'll get there in just a second. Actually, I was about to just jump the gun because I'm a little excited to share a couple details tonight. Well, maybe just one thing. So anyways, just to kind of recap, the discoverer's date was not July 7th. It was actually July 6th, okay? The last seen time changed. The last seen location changed. The group's departure time changed. Also, the key narrative details appeared late. The refused rescue, weather drift. Most cases are, most cases publicly identify the person whose body, So most cases publicly identify the person who found the body, the person who called 911, the first responder. In this case, the discoverer is anonymous, and no explanation has been given, unfortunately. So people have been getting quite angry due to certain things that have occurred in this case, and it's questionable whether or not someone's being protected. Is this a cover-up? Is this a cover-up? Is someone connected to the victims? One of the guys that are involved is Warren. He's got a mother, and she is a judge. So, I mean, it is questionable, too, when you think about that, whether or not she's got some ties, that she, is she able to pull some strings? And other things as well, not just her. Is someone connected to law enforcement, someone who's identified would raise question, obviously. So the autopsy details have still not been fully released. When a young person dies unexpectedly, the public expects the cause of death, manner of death, toxicology, of course, and then the injuries, time of death. All of the friends' statements contradict each other's. There's been conflicting accounts of Nolan's last known movement, disagreement about whether or not he was alone, disagreements about his emotional state, disagreements about whether he was familiar with the island. And in cases like these, when a witness contradicts each other, people assume someone's lying. Someone assumes that this may be just a cover-up, which is pretty common, I suppose. So there's, on Horn Island, just to point it out, for those who are fairly new to the case, on Horn Island, there are no residents that live there. There's no cameras. There's no cell phone towers. There's no businesses. There's no regular patrol. You could get away with what you want to get away with on that island for the most part. I mean, if all these things don't apply to this island, and the crazy thing is there's really no one who apparently saw Nolan. It's really weird because the community hasn't even really spoken. It's like it's almost like the community is protecting something here too, not just the friends, but the community really hasn't really spoken out. There hasn't been like too much outrage amongst the community, as much as we would think, at least. But any place with no surveillance, becomes a magnet for suspicion because, what's weird in this case is, it's unusual for there to be, um, how can I put it in words? Just low public communication. People expect a press conference, sheriff updates, public statements, community briefings. I mean, this case has been simply low communication, guys. It really hasn't been too much going on, but high suspicion. And it's just getting heated every single day. People are fighting. We got Lemon and Tatum going at it, Tatum going at it with this and that person. And we'll talk a little bit about Tatum tonight, because he's been the topic of discussion, which kind of sucks because it takes away the focus of the case. Obviously, it should be about Nolan Wells, not Tatum and Lemon and whoever else is, having fights, amongst the case, which is quite disappointing, to be quite honest. But people don't believe like the simplest explanations when it comes to this case. People just argue, the fact of, whether or not Nolan was familiar with the water or, was he athletic? Of course he was. You could see it in the pictures. You could tell by looking at him. I mean, the dude looks like you could tell he's an athlete. Like, I mean, he definitely looks like he's built like a football player. The muscular legs, the tone in the upper body, you could see it when you see Nolan. I don't think he was intoxicated based on the family's claims either. Not only that, I don't think that Nolan Wells did drugs. I don't think he did drugs. I'm skeptical whether or not there was any drug activity. There have been rumors that there's been somebody out there, passing out drugs, and I would say that's probably pretty common when a bunch of high school kids or college kids come together at a big party event. That's always going to apply to what's going on when it's 18, 19-year-old kids running around. I mean, these kids are doing stuff like this all the time, right? I mean, we can't say that's not common. People are also questioning if Nolan was alone. Was he alone? I don't think so, but that's just my personal opinion. And it was not in was he in a dangerous area? They have explained that the northern end of Horn Island is an area that has high currents. So was Nolan maybe in this area at a certain time? It's questionable. So I mean, the timeline is messy. The witness is anonymous. The autopsy isn't public. The island is remote. The communication is minimal, and the statement contradicts each other's. None of this proves a cover-up, however, but it is absolutely why all of these theories exist. And that's the bottom line, guys. That's the bottom line. Now, the other day, we were looking at the boats. Remember, TMZ released some of the boats, and Tatum tried to brush it off and kind of debunk it like if it was nothing. And just FYI, by the way, there is that $125,000 reward for Nolan Wells for anybody that has any information that leads up to who may be responsible for what actually happened to Nolan Wells. And I hope and pray, somebody does reach out and they get to the bottom of this, because, Nolan deserves that. Not just his mom, not just his dad, not just the people in his family. Nolan deserves that. And it's just sad to see all these people get on here, especially the friends, sitting here and betraying him the way they're betraying him. Would you do your friend like this? Would you do your friend like this? As we all know, Mr. Terrell Owens himself, former football player. If you don't know, he played for the Cowboys. Really good football player. He added about $25,000 to the pot, which brought it up to $125,000. And God bless him. Wonderful people surrounding the Nolan Wells case. Tyler Perry being one of them, paying for the funeral. Great stuff going on with this case for sure, by far. Funny because I was kicking back, I was chilling, I was watching a video, and Somebody made a quick little like video of how Nolan Wells should have been treated. You know, when he was left behind on that island.
Hey, bro, you good? You sure? You got a ride back home? Okay, you see what happened to Nolan Wells? I'm saying I got all y'all laughing. Ain't nobody leaving, huh? You sure you got a ride, bro? You got your phone with you? I just want to make sure, bro. You feel me?
Which is how it should be. Which is how it should be. Now, as far as the contradicting stories, we talked about this a lot. I was able to do a little bit of research, and I'm sure maybe some of you guys already know this. However, I'll share it with those that don't. Remember, TMZ had posted the boats, and they numbered them. Boats 1, Boat X, Boat 2, Boat 3. There was a girl we watched the other day, and she goes down the list. She starts naming the boats. One of the things she mentioned was, you know, one of the parents were on a $50,000 boat. She explains how expensive the boat is. Now they're calling these boats the three boats. The three boats, according to the Cajun Navy, they reported that the three boats were anchored together at Horn Island, which is suspicious. Because now we got three, not one boat, not two, not three, but four boats that for certainty are, you know, more than likely so, and I hope so. I mean, that would be sad if they weren't, but under investigation. Now, when you think about this, you ask yourself a lot of questions. Was he on one of these boats? Is the first question that comes to my mind. Whose boat is whose? And that's what I kind of wanted to talk about tonight, kind of whose boat was whose, just to kind of get to the bottom of things. And I was able to, and don't quote me on it, because I'm not 100% sure if the information as far as whose boat was whose is correct. However, I was able to dive into some of those details based on that. Now, I was able to look up some photos as well to see what these boats really look like, because this picture is obviously blurry and it's not the best picture. After looking at this picture, guys, remember when he makes that call to Cito, he says they're on Horn Island. After looking and understanding how this island is, looking at these boats, I can tell that they're not in deep water. So that raises question for me. What's the panic of sinking when it doesn't appear to me that this part from Horn Island into the actual ocean is the part that actually kind of, you know, where it gets deep, where it drops off. So if they were actually sinking, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, because I don't think they were, and say this boat was actually sinking, then that would mean that they're not really actually on Horn Island, because according to this picture, if these boats are the boats that they were on, then, and another thing, well, not another thing, what we just mentioned was these boats were anchored together. They're tied together. So there's no way any boat is going pretty much anywhere due to the fact. Not only that, if you're not at the drop-off point where your boat could actually sink when you're actually, you know, got deep water under you, how can you sink? How can you sink? You can't. So that would mean they weren't actually on the island. They were actually much further out when they made this call. Would you consider to still be on Horn Island if perhaps you were, what, let's just say quarter of a mile out? Maybe half a quarter of a mile out? would that be still considered to be on Horn Island? I guess it depends on what you consider to be on Horn Island, right? I mean, I guess you would say, as far as your coordinates, you would say, you were on Horn Island if you're closer to Horn Island than you are anywhere else. But I think the GPS is going to be a key factor. It's very important in this case. Speaking of the boats, according to my sources, Wyatt was on the tide line, which is the boat that Nolan arrived on. And this is the boat that they left without Nolan at 4:31, supposedly, allegedly. Then they name another boat called the Palm Beach, which is Bart's 24-inch boat, which is supposedly anchored behind another boat. Well, the boat that we just named, actually, called the Triton. Then they name boat number three as the tide line, and we're looking at all the boat numbers, which is part of the three boats that were clustered, anchored together here. Tristan's uncle's boat supposedly was present as well, but that was on a separate vessel, not part of the three boat cluster. And I got a picture of that. Looks like an older boat. Doesn't really mention the year of the actual boat. Katie's boat, separate from the vessel, wasn't mentioned to be as part of this cluster, of course. Luke's boat, separate from the vessel, but according to sources, they got his boat too. So they've got all of these boats, guys. They got all these boats, but according to what the Cajun Navy reported, the boats that were clustered together are boats 3, the Palm Beach, and the Triton. These three boats are, appeared in the investigation from this photo that was taken shortly before Nolan disappeared. It looks like boat number 1, and I can't call it because I can't really see boat number 3, but it looks like boat number 3 might just be the boat that is, boat number 1 looks like, and it's hard to tell, I can't call it, because boat number 2 looks like a fairly expensive boat, looks like a nice boat. I really can't tell which boat is the bigger boat or the nicer boat, so I don't want to say what boat the parents may have been on. But it looks like, people are, I'm hearing a lot of rumors that these parents, just left these guys with the three boats that appear to be tied together here to do their own thing, as the parents kind of wandered off and did their own thing. Just to throw it out there. I can't call it. I don't know. Now, I want to start this off with a very, very interesting video here from Siobhan here. We watched this video in the beginning, but when these kids are interviewed and they talk to these people, it is important to go back and watch these videos again, because we always miss something in these interviews. We always do. So let's pull up this video real quick. Give me a second here. We got to get straight to it. I don't even want to waste no time here. And again, you guys one of these videos you guys have already seen. Okay. It's fine though. Lemon, like I said, he's interviewed the wrong person, but this guy, Jolly Good Ginger, seems like he knows what he's talking about. Like he knows his stuff. But I gotta run this back, because I was sitting here and I was watching this video here, and I'm like, this kid, you could just tell Javon is hurt. Like he really wants to say something. And then remember, his mother kind of taps him on the side when he says the wrong thing in this interview here. She kind of snubs the side, in this interview when he says the wrong thing. And I you could just feel it. Some people read people well, some people don't. But you could feel the hurt coming from the emotion and what this. I mean, this boy. I think he'd be the first one to speak out, and he probably already has. Check this video
You
out.
were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
For weeks, one version of Nolan Wells' final hour.
This is not the video I had. This is not the video. It's the wrong video. How did I get the wrong video? This is not the one I was looking at here.
It took about 15 minutes to get the phone, she
All right,
said
we'll skip
directly.
this. We'll skip
She's
this for now.
described some initial
I don't know how I got the wrong video. There's no way. It should be the right video. No, but it wasn't this guy. Okay, we're gonna skip this. We'll come back. I'll pull up the right one. That's the wrong video. We'll skip. We'll go back to that video. That is not the correct video. I wanted to share that in that first part of that particular interview right there. And man, I mean, you could tell this kid has been impacted by this situation. I wonder if these kids got gag orders. Like they've been told not to speak, not amongst their lawyers by law enforcement. I wonder if they were told not to speak out and say anything about the case. But Javon, he knows something. And something's bothering him. And what bothers me the most is the fact that these kids are just betraying the hell out of Nolan, man. I mean, it's so saddening to see these kids do their friend like this. And I believe out of some of these boys here, one of these guys are fairly close to Nolan. But just why not say something? Why not just say something? But I like this interview because they talk about the phone situation, how difficult it was to get the phone back. Well, whether or not it was difficult or not. The mother of Javon here says that it wasn't very difficult, that they didn't really have a hard time getting it back. And you kind of understand how these stories contradict one another, because the father of Nolan said that they did have a difficult time, somewhat of a difficult time is what he kind of describes them getting it back, because there was a bit of some confusion or dishonesty from one of the boys. So I mean, it's very interesting to watch these interviews. But let's go ahead and start with Jolly Good Ginger. This guy's great. I love the way he dissects this interview with Warren here.
So Warren, I'm gonna ask you some very pointed questions. I mean, just straight out. The first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan?
Okay, let's break down this interview. For those of you who do not know, I was an interrogator, human intelligence collector, source operator in the Army. It's important for me to give you those credentials up front, because I want you to know from where I'm coming, where I break this interview down. I am an expert in what I'm about to do. I was trained by the Army to identify deception. I have multiple certifications in scientific content analysis, which is where we break down people's statements, the verbiage they use.
Sounds fair. I'm buying it too.
Change in verbiage, the line count of how they speak. I was certified in the read interrogation technique, which is a technique in which we analyze how people speak about things and where and how to identify deception. I was a certified Army interrogator. I was also a source operator, human intelligence collector. I've been through strategic debriefing courses. I've done strategic debriefing. I've done interrogations, thousands of them. I'm an expert in listening to what people say and analyzing their word, but most importantly, identifying deception. And so it's important for me to explain to you one thing before we get started. When I say I'm going to identify deception, this does not mean a lie. People are deceptive for many different reasons. Like if I ask you a question, you may be deceptive in your answer because you don't want to hurt my feelings. You may be deceptive in your answer because you're embarrassed about something you did.
Skip.
Over the last 2 days, went out to Horn Island. So I've had an opportunity to talk to you about a few things. And the things that you've told me have literally blown my mind. But the world haven't had a chance yet to hear your story, to hear Nolan's story through you, through his friend.
To hear Nolan's story through you. Listen, I'm going to talk a lot during this interview about how the interviewer, in this case, Officer Tatum, who I believe is a former police officer, and depending on what duties he had as a police officer, I don't know his resume at all, he may or may not have been trained in questioning and interviewing and interrogation. Some police officers are. And if he has been trained in interviewing and questioning, interrogation, then he's doing this on purpose, or he's just doing it on purpose because he just understands interviews. But he's leading the listener, he's leading the interview, and he's leading the person he's interviewing, the interviewee. He's leading them along for things to be said that aren't being said. You can't tell, this guy can't tell Nolan's story. The evidence will tell Nolan's story, but not this guy.
Very good point.
Anyway, it's very important that he chose that language.
All right, so real quick, speaking of Tatum, real quick, since he's talking about Tatum right now. So Tatum, if you're not familiar with Brandon Tatum here, just to give you some insight on Mr. Tatum here. By the way, I'm in Tucson, Arizona. He was a police officer here in Tucson, actually. So now, Brandon Tatum, he's known for taking one side, first of all. And, most times it seems like it's the side that most of the public is not on. Okay, I got to be honest here. He's defended the exact people. He's defended the exact people under scrutinies. And he's also attacked the grieving family in this case. He's pushed claims that protect one side. He's used, anonymous sources. He's entered the case. He's entered this case quite early as well. He's a platform certain of like witnesses. His tone was unusually aggressive in this specific case here. He went viral in 2016 and 2017 for police and pro-Trump videos. So I think he went viral at a Trump rally or Trump campaign thing that was going on. And he's fairly well known on YouTube with 3.7 million subscribers. I mean, he's doing great. I mean, he's got over 2 billion views. If that's not doing great, I don't know what is. He was also at one point in time a national radio host. I'm not too sure if he still is. He's written a book, I believe, which is called Beaten Black and Blue. So there's some suspicious history behind Tatum, which I don't know if we'll get to tonight, but which was the goal, but I don't know if we got that much time. But he's got some history inside something called TPUSA, and he's the director of urban engagement. After leaving the police department, he joined the Turning Point USA as a director of urban outreach. So the responsibilities that he has behind this specific job that he has is or had, he plays a black leadership role for the most part, and he's expanded TPUSA reach into majority communities. He's an acting speaker. He goes to campuses and things like that and speaks to college students. He is the co-founder of Blexit, and it's actually closely tied to, I want to call it to PUSA. And he's also, alongside Candace Owens. If you don't know who she is, look her up. She's probably a lot more successful than he is. So he encourages Black African Americans to leave victimhood mentalities. Okay, he promotes school choice. Things like entrepreneurship, criminal justice, and what else? I think it's certain values. I can't remember what it was exactly. What else Tatum does? I'm trying to give you guys a little background on Tatum. So he's also a he also took over Balexic's structure, branding, and then operations at one point in time. What else? What else, Tatum? What else? What else you got cooked up that people need to know? He's also known for like controlling messaging and strategy, which kind of made him pretty effectively part of TPUSA's executive level outreach strategy. He creates exclusive content for, I want to say Tapusa. Is that the name for it, or is it just TPUSA? I know nothing about TPUSA. I guess I should have did some more research on it. But he speaks at TPUSA's events nationwide. He engages directly with students on campuses. And that's pretty much it as far as him. I mean, he does things pretty much did what Charlie Kirk did. So, he identifies, educates, trains, and organizes students to promote free market, limited government, and conservative values for the most part. Okay, so, and that's what it was for values that I just couldn't remember. So that's pretty much Tatum's background. And people have been giving him they've been talking down on Tatum, especially him and D.L. Hewley, because of him representing himself as a police officer, because it's a good look, it's a good image. And, people are saying that he pretty much got fired. However, he didn't. He just found something better in YouTube that he's obviously not only not well known for, but he's more successful doing what he's doing when it comes to the YouTube thing. And so, I mean, I making the decision that he made, I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, if it works out better for you, it works out. He found a passion that was good for him, and I'm sure he's making a ton of money doing it. But let's continue.
And it's not just you; it's a bunch of y'all. But some of the other guys were afraid because of the threats and the violence that's been threatened against their lives and all of the above.
It's very important that he said that, because he is setting the stage. Why is he the one guy who came forward to tell the story? Because everybody else is scared to tell the story because they keep getting death threats from the internet. Warren's mom is a judge. This is calculated. You can't convince me otherwise. Warren's mom is a judge, and that's who they allowed to come on and break the silence first on a very safe, curated interview where their story would not be challenged or pushed against. And I am convinced, and I'll show you why in the language that Warren uses, I am convinced.
Okay, relax. Yes, Tatum's wife is white, but that doesn't matter. That's not something we need to mention. I mean, we do know that. Yes, his wife is white, but nobody cares.
That his mother, who is a judge, gave him a lot of guidance and instruction on how to give this interview and answer these questions.
But you decided that you wanted to take this bold step and give a statement
because your mom's a judge.
Get your side out here. And I want to start at the very beginning of all of this and ask you, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Who was he to you?
Notice the question, what was your relationship like with Nolan? Notice the question. The question's important. When you're talking about analyzing people's language and body language and all of that, you have to understand the context of the question.
Nolan, I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I mean,
I could describe Nolan in a million ways. I'm not going to, but I could. See, when you're an interrogator, when you're trained to listen to what people say, you got to listen to what people say. I could describe him in a million ways, but that means he's not going to.
Nolan was not just a best friend of me, but he was a brother. I grew up.
It's important that he said that Nolan was not just a best friend to me, but he was a brother. Please remember that.
Through elementary, middle school, high school, and even our freshman year of college, we talked on the phone all the time. We were really close friends. And Nolan was like a brother to me. And
I said that twice.
Nolan lit up every room he walked in. He always had a smile on his face. He always had something good to say. I've never seen Nolan get
Jolly just explained who he is.
An argument with somebody and say bad things about someone. There's a lot of people that talk crap nowadays, and Nolan was never that person. Sweetest soul ever. And I had a great relationship with Nolan. I've never got in an argument with Nolan. We were super close, and I've never said or will ever have anything bad to say about Nolan Wells.
I want you to notice that in that entire description, he described Nolan generically. Someone who's not Nolan's best friend or like a brother could have described Nolan. Hey, every time I saw Nolan, he had a smile on his face. I've never seen the guy be mean to anybody. He lights up every room he walks into. These are things you describe people that you just know about in your life. That's not how you describe people that you are very close to. When you describe people that you're as close to as this guy claims to be, you describe personal relationship. You describe.
Doesn't it feel like this interview was like pretty much almost scripted if it wasn't scripted? Doesn't it feel like he got these questions first before he actually went into this interview? I mean, this guy is on point.
A personal connection. You describe things that only you as a friend would know, right? Think about how you would describe your friend. You would give personal examples. This one time we did this. You would do something that was more personable than this generic description of Nolan. And I'm going to show you in the rest of his language why I believe that his relationship with Nolan was more of just a general friend relationship. Like they all kind of hang out in the same circles. So he interacted with Nolan a lot by virtue of that association, but it's an associative relationship.
Because the way he's talking about the way he's talking about Nolan, he's not talking like he really truly knows him. Like, it's not like it just doesn't sound like they really have a genuine connection. Like, I think certain things come to mind that you share that you and him experience together. I mean, there's just certain little things that indicate like close friends, and I don't really see it, and maybe we do see it, but he's hiding something. The way he's answering these questions, something is being hidden here, and I guess I can't find the right word for it, but it's all right because my man right here is going to break it down.
A best friend like brother relationship. I don't believe that.
Yeah, and you guys, you said you kind of grew up together. Mm-hmm. Did you know his mom, or how was that? Because I saw in the media where it appears that she may have said, at least I saw in part, that she said as if she didn't know any of you guys.
Right.
It's important that mom said that. First of all, we're not going to brush off what Nolan Wells' mother said. She said, she implied, as Officer Tatum said here, she doesn't really know these guys that well that are claiming to be his best friends. That's very important. I have kids. I know who their friends are. If you've got kids, you know who their friends are. So when I hear mom say, I don't really know these guys, that matters to me. Because as a parent, if she don't really know you that way, then maybe the relationship is not as close as you claim it is. And when I listen to the rest of the words that Warren is about to say, Warren's word, the deceptive behavior of his words, makes me believe mom. Listen to this.
Well, Nolan, a lot of the times was at like my house, and
quick deflection because we weren't over there. He was over at my house. We weren't over at his house.
At my buddy's house. We never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit. My friend group. He mentions a group. I mean, we hang out every day when
we hang out. The group.
We're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And
we hung out. He's not talking about him and Nolan. He's talking about his friend group. You have to listen to the words people say. He said, my friend group. He didn't say me and Nolan. He didn't say me and Nolan hung out every day. And
yeah, where's the I? Where's the I?
Me and Nolan were tight.
This has got to be a little bit more personalized here.
Me and Nolan hung out on the weekends. He said, my friend group. Let's back it up. I want you to listen to it. I want you to hear the words he says. Very, very important. Back this up just a little bit.
Never went to Nolan's house and hung out. I mean, and my friend group's very, very tight knit.
My friend group's very tight knit. And from this point on, everything he describes is his friend group, not him and Nolan.
I mean, we hang out every day when we're back home from school. In high school, we hung out most weekdays and every day on the weekend. And I mean, we were never at Nolan's house, which, there's nothing wrong with that, but
Tatum is not interviewing you and your friends. He's interviewing Warren, just Warren only. Just Warren. Everything is we so far.
I met his father, and I mean, in 8th grade, Nolan. That's when Nolan and I got really close. It was COVID year, and we were in class all year long together. Me and a couple of my buddies, and
we were in class all year long together. Me and a couple of my buddies. Every time he mentions Nolan, I want you to notice that every time this guy mentions Nolan, he ropes in the friend group. He has to rope in the friend group because his relationship with Nolan is not this best friend, like a brother relationship that he's presenting it to be, which is why mom doesn't really know him, because really Nolan was just in the friend group, the general group of friends. It was an associative relationship, which is why the only way he can honestly give an answer right now is to rope in the friend group.
Nolan and I just got super tight because we'd get a Waffle House once a week together, eat, and I mean, we were just super, super close.
That's the first personal example he's given this entire interview, is them meeting at Waffle House. That's what a personal example looks like when you're talking about a friend.
But his dad would swing by Waffle House, and hang out around us, but never, I was never around Nolan's parents a lot, but I mean, that didn't change our relationship any. Nolan and I were still just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as, anyone else. So.
As anyone else, because it's an associative relationship.
Okay, hold on.
Me and Nolan were just as close.
Exactly. Before he even says that, I'm going to say it before he does, because I haven't even seen this interview here. Maybe I've seen a little bit of it, but I haven't seen this part. Run it back.
Nolan and I were still just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as, anyone else. So Nolan and I
He
were
was
still
just as close as my friends as anyone else. I'm so confused with that, because it's like I mean, I get it. Go ahead and say it. I mean, friends have separate other friends that other friends don't hang out with. Yeah, whatever. But I just think that's a little weird. All right. I think that's a little weird. And let's just go. Let's continue. I'm not even going to critique this guy like that. I'm going to let this guy do it.
Close, and he was just as close with my friends as, anyone else. So.
As anyone else, because it's an associative relationship. Me and Nolan were just as close, and he was just as close with my friends as anyone else. He always has to bring in the friends because it's a friend group associative relationship.
Oh.
And walk me through the day of 4th of July where you guys were all going out.
Right.
This seems like something that I would assume that may have occurred more than just this year.
Yeah, of course.
These are leading questions. This guy, Officer Tatum, is leading the interview to come to a pre-designated conclusion. It's so obvious.
Something
Literally.
that you guys did more than just this year. This is a 2-part question. I want to know, is this something that you guys typically did together? Did you hang out often in this fashion?
I'm gonna pause right there. So there was something I brought it up last night. I didn't get a chance to really talk too much about it. I probably won't talk about it too much tonight, but it's almost like Tatum. I'm questioning whether or not Tatum was bought to do this. Was he, there's almost like there's a specific reason why they chose Tatum to do this interview. As many people as there are out there that are just as successful and others that are a whole lot more successful, why Tatum? Why is Tatum? Is it because, is it because just the simple fact that he's taken their side? I just, something tells me that there's a little bit more to this than just Tatum taking their side. I don't know why I'm getting that vibe. And however, it's just my speculation here, but I don't know. It's just not sitting with me very well, guys. It's not really sitting with me very well why they chose Tatum here. It's a little bit weird.
And I want you to then walk me through 4th of July this year when the incident happened.
Okay.
Now listen to the answer. You heard the long, drawn out, very pointed, very leading question. It was a poorly designed question, but it was on purpose. And so now listen to the answer, because the answer is not the answer.
Being from the Gulf Coast, there's a boating and fishing is
crazy,
very, very popular. The 4th of July, every year, my friends and I, or my family and I, are out on the water. I mean, that's the one day is guaranteed everybody's going out. And that's a known thing. Everybody's trying to get a ride out to Horn Island, or, people go to Ship Island, but most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year, and
You see what I want you to watch that. Watch the cut. They cut the interview. Very, very, very important. Watch this. Watch when he said Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Watch this.
Wow.
Springs in the Gulf Coast, go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And
What?
Nolan was on the boat with me last year.
No. Oh my God. What a catch. What a catch.
Last year. Why?
Nolan was on the Gulf Coast, go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And
You see that cut?
It's obvious.
Nolan was on the boat with me last year.
Exposed. 100%. No one can change my mind. Exposed. 100%. Wow. 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 That is crazy. That is crazy. Tatum, I am ashamed, brother. I am highly ashamed. And as an officer, he should be trying to get to the bottom of this. I am highly ashamed. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. All right, let's continue this. This is getting interesting.
Why would the interviewer cut the interview? Because he probably said some shit.
No way.
Watch when he said Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Watch this.
Springs in the Gulf Coast, go to Horn Island. And, you know, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And
You see that cut? Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Why would the interviewer cut the interview? Because he probably said some shit that's very telling. He had to point out that Nolan was on the boat with us last year. That's how close we are. We're just best friends. Nolan was on the boat with me. And in a minute, he's going to describe how the boat is 2.
You don't understand what's crazy? I'll go back. He cut the interview. Right when he was going to say something, he cut it to the next part. Why though? Why would he cut it off when he's answering a question? And the whole objective of this interview is to get to the bottom of everything, not to stir the pot even more. The objective is to get to the bottom of this and express to the world that these boys are telling the truth, according to Tatum. Now, for me personally, I can't point the finger at, who's responsible for this. I don't know if it's, I can't say it's Warren. I can't say it's friends or one of his friends. I don't know if it's somebody that, is I can't say it's one of the parents. I don't know. I personally don't know who's responsible for it. I don't personally know whether or not this was an actual homicide here. I don't know, but something isn't adding up. There's just too many things in this case that are not adding up for me. And we've already went through a lot of them. That is crazy to me. I mean, there's no reason, absolutely no reason why this video should have been cut, especially right after a question. That's a little odd. It ain't just a little odd. It is odd.
My friends and I, or my family and I, are out on the water. I mean, that's the one day is guaranteed everybody's going out. And that's a known thing. Everybody's trying to get a ride out to Horn Island, or, people go to Ship Island, but most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And,
you see what I want you to watch that. Watch the cut. They cut the interview. Very, very, very important. Watch this. Watch when he said Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Watch this.
Springs in the Gulf Coast.
No.
Go to Horn Island. And, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And
you see that cut? Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Why would the interviewer cut the interview? Because he probably said some shit that's very telling.
Insane.
He had to point out that Nolan was on the boat with us last year. That's how close we are. We're just best friends. Nolan was on the boat with me. And in a minute, he's going to describe how the boat is 2-3 boats, 20, 30 people. Because once again, it's not about it's not because him and Nolan are so close that Nolan was on the boat with him last year. Nolan was on the boat with him last year because apparently that's what people do in groups of 20 and 30. But that cut right there, very, very telling. That wasn't an edit.
No. Nothing in this interview. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt on that. Nothing in this interview is irrelevant. There's nothing irrelevant about this interview at all. Nothing at all. We want to hear everything from start to finish. No cuts. Period. And to the person, to what the person said in the chat here, you could be right. You could be right. Somebody in the chat just said, I was trying to find it. Somebody in the chat just said that he was probably going to say Nolan was on the boat with me, which you could possibly be right. It's crazy. Insane. Autopsy's not here yet. We still haven't got the results on the autopsy. Of course, we can't assume. All we could do is speculate until otherwise, and digital evidence. But this is starting to expose itself because people are not only talking, but people are starting to take notice of the little things like this, and that's why it's important to go back and watch some of these interviews. Let's continue this.
Just a random part. That was an edit at the exact part he's talking about Nolan being with him last year. But probably because Officer Tatum and his team was like, ooh, take that out. Whatever he said. We don't know.
And he was, this was a common thing. My friends go on the boat when we're home.
Why didn't you finish the sentence? He's talking about Nolan now. He's talking about Nolan and he doesn't finish the sentence. He says he was on the boat with us last year and he was my friends and I, because he goes right back to the friend group because he's not watch how he does it.
This was a common thing. My friends go on the boat when we're home.
Where's the rest of that statement?
That's what we like to do.
Because he's being deceptive.
My friends like to fish also.
My friends
like to go on the boat, not just fishing, but like to go on the boat, like to go on sunset cruises, like to do it all.
Good to see you. Yeah,
water,
I agree.
it's got nothing to do with
Nolan loved to do that too.
Here's what all my friends do, and by the way, Nolan too. It's an associative relationship.
It's not like he was just like everyone else in our friend group. He loved to go on the water, and
he has nothing specific to say about Nolan. You can't be a best friend with a guy. We're like brothers, but every single time he talks about Nolan and his character and anything about Nolan, it's just like everybody else in the group. He's just like everybody else.
That is crazy.
No difference. It's very generic.
Have a good time with the guys, and that's what we did a lot. But 4th of July, everybody was out there. Like I said, like Nolan was always trying to go on the boat, trying to go out there with us, and he was always welcome to come. Nolan
with us, not with me, not my bestie. Not hey twin, we're going on the boat. Nope, it's with us.
Wait a minute. Nolan was always trying to come with us on the boat, but he's a best friend. My personally for me, and I'll speak for myself, my best friend doesn't have to try to go with me anywhere. He can go with me wherever he wants to go. Period. Especially if we're going out on a boat trip, all he has to do is call me and say, "Yo, I'm coming." See you there. You riding with us? Come on. Simple.
With us. He wants to go with us, the group. My friend, the group.
Was always out there with us. And but started 4th of July, my buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming, everybody's very, very excited for
He just did what's called a timeline switch. And this is also this is something, if I was taking notes in the interrogation, I would take a note of that and I would come back to it and I would exploit this area because why did you timeline jump there? I'm going to tell you what he did, and I'm going to let you listen to it one more time so you can see it. He said it started 4th of July. My friends and I spent weeks planning up to this. So he started on the 4th of July. He said the word started on the 4th of July. Then he went 3 weeks backwards. And anytime somebody does that, you got to take note of it. Like, why are we timeline jumping? Watch.
My buddies and I had talked about this week's upcoming with us, and he was always welcome to come. Nolan was always out there with us, and
watch.
But started 4th of July.
Maybe they didn't like Nolan trying to go with them. Why wouldn't they like Nolan trying to go with them? How does that sound? Why would you not want or question your best friend or very good friend to go with you? We can't keep making excuses that don't make sense for these boys. It's one thing to speculate and not know what's going on, but we can't make excuses that don't make sense for these boys. That's for sure. These excuses got to make sense. And they shouldn't even have excuses, let alone.
My buddies and I had talked about this
My buddies and I had talked about this weeks in advance.
weeks upcoming.
So you just did a timeline jump.
You know, everybody's very, very excited for the 4th of July from down here. Like it's a big thing.
It's a big deal.
Very, very big deal. And I mean, I actually stayed with Nolan that night at my buddy's house, and
I stay with Nolan. He's using that language so that you'll feel like him and Nolan are just so tight. I stayed with Nolan at my buddy's house. So you stayed with your buddy and Nolan just happened to be there, but you're misrepresenting the nature of your relationship.
I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's.
You see it now. I ain't even gonna tell you anymore because now you're starting. Now I've trained you.
Got food. No,
And one thing, just to ask the chat a quick question here. If this was you, and, you know, and I get it, some people are just, you know, they don't want to sound like they're taking a side, and you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to answer the question or not. I mean, it's up to you. But if this was you, would you like your friends to do this to you? Perhaps they really knew what happened to you. Let's just assume that they knew what happened to you. Would you want this for yourself if this was you and you were Nolan? Would you accept this happening to you? Let alone would you accept the fact that, you know, I don't even think anybody's ever mentioned that it was a mistake to not leave him with his phone. I don't even think nobody mentioned it was a mistake to not leave him with his keys. Let's continue the interview, though.
We went to McDonald's and got food.
was not with me.
Nolan was not with me.
And that's giving him
Me
the
and my
benefit of the doubt.
buddy.
Nolan
We went to McDonald's and got food.
was not with me.
Nolan was not with me. Me and my buddy woke up and went and got food. Nolan was not with me. My brother, my homie, my bestest friend in the widest world, he went with me.
And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back. And
He did a timeline jump again. Y'all getting trained, ain't you? You're starting to figure it out, ain't you? What? He's all over the map. Anytime somebody's all over the map, when you're asking about an event that should be sequential, it's very deceptive. It's red flags like a motherfucker. If I was doing an interrogation, I'm going to be all over this timeline right now, especially when we're talking about the timeline of the morning of the event in question. If you're doing an investigation, interrogation, and you have an event in question, and we're talking about the timeline the morning of, it is very problematic to have this many red flags in the sequence of events of the morning of. I'm going to play back the morning of. Now that I've trained you to listen to the timeline, I want you to listen to what he says. I want you to follow the order of events. Him and his buddy woke up. They went to McDonald's. Then what happened next? Watch, follow it in your brain, and you're going to see how much he's being deceptive. Watch.
at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. Nolan was not with me. And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came.
Whoa, I thought you went from your buddy's house to McDonald's. Notice how you got food twice too, by the way. He said, me and my buddy woke up, went to McDonald's. And I got some food, got breakfast. Yeah, that's what McDonald's is. So you mentioned that twice. Then all of a sudden he went back to his house, then back to McDonald's, right? He's actively trying to give you a story that has been given to him. His mother, who is a judge, I believe, this is my opinion, has coached him on how to answer questions on the timeline the morning of. Why? I don't know. I'm not saying this guy did it. I'm not saying this guy did anything. I'm not saying I don't have the evidence to be able to say that. What I'm saying is this is deceptive. What I'm saying is you're not giving me a sequential order of events, and it's very red flaggy.
Back and the boat was already hooked up to my truck.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck. I went to my house and got my did you hook the boat up, or was the boat already hooked up? Did you go to your house, or did you go to McDonald's?
My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went.
See that cut? Another cut. Another cut. He's in the middle of stumbling through the timeline. He's all over the fucking place. Officer Tatum knows he's all over the fucking place. So they probably coached him right here. Watch the edit. You can see the edit. Once again, watch.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and
I think he said Wyatt there. It's also important that I think he said Wyatt.
The boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went and with my buddy, and we went.
See the edit? Watch his head
Wow.
jerk. See the edit? I'm doing
That
one more
is
time in case you missed it.
With my buddy,
crazy.
and we went.
See the edit? Watch his head.
Wyatt and I went and with my buddy, and we went.
See the edit? Watch his head jerk. See the edit? I'm doing one more time in case
With my buddy, and we went.
With
See
his
the
buddy
edit?
who?
Watch his head.
Wyatt and I went and with my buddy, and we went.
See the edit? Watch his head jerk.
And I went and with my buddy, and we went.
See the edit? Watch his
That
head jerk.
is
See the edit? I'm doing one more time in case you
crazy,
missed it.
bro.
And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back.
That's
and,
disappointing.
the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went and with my buddy, and we went,
See it?
filled the top of the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach.
I don't know. No disrespect to Tatum, but I have to say I assume that Tatum is set up to do this. I mean, you don't even have to be an officer to know what it's like to, even borderline interrogate somebody. You don't even have to be an officer to understand how to ask the right questions, to understand to simply how to be biased, because an officer should be biased. Anytime somebody's investigating a case, they have to be biased. I mean, they're not all the time. However, I mean, as an officer, Tatum, not even no longer being an officer, he should be at least giving him the benefit of the doubt, somewhat biased. I mean, that is crazy.
He's an 18-foot Palm Beach, and why I drove the boat from Fort Bayou boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all planned to meet up that day. And
you say we all, who you talking about? You, Nolan, or no?
Keep in mind, this entire time, Nolan's still not with him. He said they went to McDonald's and get food, then ran to his house, and it's all over the fucking map. But he wanted to point out with you, Nolan wasn't with me. We're best friends. We're like brothers, but I'm never with the guy. But we're like best friends.
That is insane.
We're just never together.
Nolan, and how many people are going to meet you guys there?
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. It wasn't just me and Nolan.
So at least he mentions the 3 boats, okay? He doesn't mention that there's a 4th. However, he does mention 3 boats.
A couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. I mean, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there.
By the way, I mean, he explains the fact that there's about 20 to 30 people amongst them all in between all of those boats. So out of those 20 to 30 people, I think somebody's going to eventually, if they haven't already, but I mean, if they have spoke, then I don't think that we would need that $125,000 reward. So it's almost like we could almost assume that 20 people are probably not only being investigated, but haven't really said a whole lot to lead these guys in the right direction here. Or maybe they are, and they're working on this somehow, some way. But I think also all these people are going to be subpoenaed. And you know how they ask questions. And this is exactly why it's important that this goes to a grand jury, because all these people are going to be subpoenaed. And we know how those questions are when you take that stand. They are very tricky. You got to know how to answer some of these questions correctly. Otherwise, you end up trapping yourself. So we'll see if all of these people, because there's going to be a lot of people subpoenaed in this case for sure, are able to successfully keep this a secret, because I think that's what's going on right now. I'm starting to think this is actually a cover-up. And these people are trying to prevent, maybe somebody's in fear of being a snitch. I have no idea what's going on here, but somebody got to start talking here. There's no way there's thousands of people on an island and nobody sees what happens to Nolan. And the fact that there's more than one boat, we don't even know for sure that all of these boats left at the same time. They're only talking about one boat, guys. One boat going back to the main dock. One. not all three. So the fact of the matter is, I mean, we need to get down. I just cannot wait till these GPS timelines come out. Not only that, these guys are screwed when it comes to the digital evidence because they're going to be able to dig up everything that was deleted in these phones. And I hope to God these guys have taken everyone's phone, not just Nolan's, everyone's phone. But from what I heard, Nolan's, as far as I know, is the only phone that they have that is under investigation here. But I'm hoping these people's phones are at some point in time confiscated to do this here. Nonetheless, the dogs, the cadaver dogs, haven't even went out and been able to sniff the boat. From what I heard, they've stated that the dogs could contaminate this boat here. I don't know how far back it can go. I guess we could all research it, or I could research it and see how far back a dog can smell things, leading up to some type of foul play. I don't know. I'm not too sure how far back they can go. I've heard 30 days. I've heard 60. I've heard 90. I don't know the exact number, but definitely be interesting to look into that for sure.
At the same time.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's clear because the statements that are out there made it appear that it was just you, Nolan, and probably 2 or 3 other guys.
That's a lie. See, Officer Tatum is leading this interview on purpose to be deceptive, to make it sound like the narrative on the internet's the evil villain here. It's just not true. Nobody, I've been following this case since it happened. At no point did anybody say it was just him and a few friends. Everybody made it clear there was a bunch of people there partying. Early on in this case, we saw cell phone footage of what appeared to be an argument. We now know it was another friend who says that was him in an argument, but we've seen tons of boats around, tons of people around. Since the beginning, they've been asking for witness statements because everybody acknowledges that there was tons of people on the island. So Officer Tatum is just flat out lying here. And
by the way, just real quick here, I wanted to state this. I got to pause him for just a second here. By the way, and we're gonna have to piece this together here in just a second here. But for this next video that I'm gonna show you guys, according to my research here, the reason that we can't, and if you guys can find it, please email me and send me a link if you're able to find the original video. But according to my research, I've been digging and digging, trying to find a Javon Williams interview. Remember, he saw the interview. I mentioned this in the beginning of the stream. When his mother tugs him on the side of the shoulder because he talks a little too much. The main interview everyone is talking about, it's on a TMZ live segment that is now set to private, meaning that the video exists, but it's public, but the public cannot watch it, okay? If you can find the interview with Javon Williams, though, please send me the link. I would love to watch it. I want to watch that first in midway, maybe endish of that video. I cannot find it for the life of me. However, there are some parts that people streamed and showed. Maybe I have it. I'm not too sure. I will definitely look into it while we're watching this video here. But just wanted to say that for the record.
And this question up so you'll question the veracity of everybody on the internet. And this poor kid who's just here telling the truth is trying to debunk the internet. This is a setup.
And y'all are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean,
and nobody ever said it. So
Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on, throughout the entire Gulf Coast. I mean, everybody and their mom is on the water on 4th of July, There's no telling. I mean, roughly probably
Les, how you doing? Big welcome, Les.
Maybe even 4,000 people out there.
What's
there
up,
were boats
Gertrude?
lined up off the island. I mean, there was 3 rows of boats all the way until my vision ended, until I could see of people there was 1 row of boats.
Like, that might sound deceptive, but it's just him. What he was trying to say, as far as my eye could see. But I don't find that to be deceptive. I just find that to be a 18-year-old who couldn't find the word.
And then there was another row of boats, and then there was a 3rd row of boats.
Yeah.
I mean, there was people lined up all up and down the island to where, I mean, who knows? I mean, and that wasn't just, we were parked on the north side, on the west tip. It wasn't just there. I mean, there's tons of people packed out on the south side and on the east end and in the middle of the island. But just where we were, I mean, there was easily 1,000 people. It wasn't just us.
Let's go back a little bit. I want to go back to you guys at the dock, getting on the boat. You're saying there's multiple people, probably 20 or 30 people getting on 3 boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton.
Cut. There was a cut right there. There was a cut right there. Watch the cut. Cuts are important, especially in an interview like this. When he says Nolan was on Wyatt's 22-foot Triton, watch the cut, the edit.
Boats.
Right.
What boat were you on, and what boat was Nolan on?
Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton.
Saw it.
On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down. And I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well.
He called Bart the morning of, but they were planning this for weeks in advance. Keep in mind, everybody agreed. Just a minute ago, he said everybody agreed to meet, I believe, at Wyatt's grandfather's house, is what he said. And so he drove Wyatt's boat from the dock over to the grandfather's house where they agreed to meet after they got McDonald's and everything else. Now he's saying, I called Bart the morning of. It was like, hey, can you bring your boat out? But just a minute ago, they put 3 weeks of planning into this. Remember that? Remember when he said, when he did that timeline jump, we did 3 weeks of planning? It's very deceptive that he's now telling us last minute we added a whole new boat. It's this guy Bart, who, by the way, was just so happened to last minute be available to bring his boat. Thanks be to the heavens.
My dad decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends. Of course. I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then
once again, he's not with Nolan. Like a brother to me. Like a brother. I ain't never with him, mother. I ain't never with him. But he's like a brother to me.
At a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach, there was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was probably ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line, which is 24 tide line.
And so you guys get on, and I know a little bit more than the audience do because we went out there a little earlier because I wanted to see exactly what the drive was like, what the dock was like, how far it is out there.
Of course.
But I want you to tell, the audience, like, what was this trip like? How was the waters? Did you guys do anything in between the time you rode and the time you get to the island? Was there music? Is it like a big party? Like, what
crazy.
is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously music's blasting. It's 4th of July, man. I mean, everybody's really excited. And I mean, we had a lot of people loaded down. So obviously our biggest,
Right. The boys did make some stops in between Horn Island, it's been questionable to me since day one. And then, it's quite funny because every time that I post my, not post it, with my, what's it called here? My timeline. So I had AI generate a timeline on Copilot, and every time it generates the timeline, it always puts the boat in between the island. It doesn't put it. It never puts the boat directly on Horn Island when the distress call takes place. It's always like in the middle somewhere. It's never right there. You see where the distress call is taking place there. So the distress call is not even on the island, which is where I would assume them to be nowhere near the island when the distress call takes place, because a boat can't be, if you see how those boats are kind of, onshore, they're not really like at risk of sinking if they're not in deep waters. And I mentioned this in the beginning. But, if a boat is literally close to the shore, then you're not really necessarily, to me, at risk of sinking, especially if you can pretty much push the boat onto the shore to prevent it from sinking. Not only that, it's another thing. They're anchored together. They're anchored together. Something is not right here. Something is not adding up. This is crazy. Let's continue this video here. It's almost done.
We're just trying to make sure everybody, gets out there safe. And
He just can't answer the goddamn question. Like, this is another red flag. What were you doing from the time you left the dock to the time you went to the island? Again, this is another question that is directly related to timeline events the morning of the actual event in question. That's very important when you're investigating, especially something this serious. And he can't answer it's the 4th of July, and everybody's excited, and then we're worried about everybody's safety on the boat. Like, he's all over the fucking place, but he's not answering the question. And he's going to eventually, but he's doing a thing that's deceptive, and I'll explain it more when you hear the rest of his answer.
So, on the way out there,
he finally says on the way out there, finally gets there.
it was pretty calm. I think it was blowing like 3 or 4 knots. The waters were clear. It was a great day to be on the water. Sunshine, not cloudy at all. And, it was a great day to be out there on 4th of July. And
he was coached to point out the waters were calm. The winds weren't blowing that hard. It was a great day to be on the water. He was coached to say that. I feel strongly that he was coached to say that because it was so awkward that he said it right there. It in no way answered the question. He's avoiding the question was, what the fuck were y'all doing on the boat? Were you listening to music? Officer Tatum set it up for him. Hey, say you were listening to music. He set it up. And the guy instead of giving that easy end, yeah, we were listening to music and drinking beer and hanging out. He's giving this big, long, convoluted roundabout. And he throws in there awkwardly, by the way, it was a nice day out.
So, we followed each other out, and, it was calm. It was calm. On the way back, it was
calm.
A little more rough.
On the way back, we just skipped the whole island. We just skipped being at the island the whole day. We're already on the way back. Timeline jump.
But it was not anything all my buddies' boats couldn't handle, or it wasn't like
Why does he feel it's important to point out to us the conditions of the water and the weather and whether or not the boats can handle it? Literally, this is where I would exploit that information in an interrogation. Hey, Warren, why do you keep mentioning that? Can you explain to me why is that important? There's a reason that he's bringing this up. The reason that he knows and we don't know.
You're getting really beat up or anything. It was pretty calm.
And so you guys get out there.
So we still don't know what he was doing on the boat on the way out there, by the way. He did mention that there was some music playing. Yeah, it's music. Why? It's 4th of July, brother. Then he goes into these diatribes about the weather nobody asked about.
I'm assuming that you line the boats up because I'm envisioning the picture of getting out there and there's hundreds of boats. Mm-hmm. There's thousands of people. Yeah. So it wasn't just you guys on a deserted island.
Of course not.
A few people. This is thousands of people out there.
Right.
And there's a lot of people doing what? What does it look like when you first pull up?
I pull up, and we pulled up at 10:30. It wasn't, early afternoon. It wasn't, but.
We pulled up at 10:30 early afternoon. 10:30 is early morning or mid-morning. We'll call it mid-morning. But nobody calls 10:30 early afternoon. Immediate red flag. Immediate deception. We pulled up 10:30. It was, early afternoon. It was what?
10:30 is, still pretty early in the day.
Yeah, it is early in the day, not early afternoon.
Hey, and when we got there was already 3 rows of boats lined up all the way, like I said, until I could see. And
you're talking when you say all you can see, you're speaking about miles.
Yeah.
Of boat. When we went out there earlier today, but when we went out there, the island is massive.
Correct.
It's just several miles long.
Roughly 10 to 12 miles.
Roughly. I just happen to know the exact measurement of that island. I did not prepare for this interview. I'm just roughly throwing that off the top of my head.
And it's.
So you think that.
Very, very good point, guys. How does he know? How does this kid know the exact times? Mind you, these guys are supposed to be on an island drunk. They're supposed to be on an island drunk. You're not going to remember the time, for crying out, the exact time? There's no way. No way. No way. That is crazy. This guy is great.
The boats were stretching from one end to the next, or just a small area of about a mile or less than a mile of boats?
Well, I think there was boats all the way around the entire island, but I think some spots were more popular than others. Like the West Tip is usually very, very crowded on the 4th of July, and everybody knows that. So that's where a lot of people park because they want to be around other people. And the East End's a little more, there's not as many people. but there's still a lot of boats out there. I mean, it's not like no one. I mean, every area of Horn Island was covered 100%.
Wow. So you get out there, y'all jump out. What do? You know, when I say jump out, you
Jim Lynn in the chat, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're not making any sense.
you're not just sitting on the boat. The island is there. Like, what exactly are people doing there? Like, are you spending more time in the water on the island? And
yeah, in my opinion, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. The things that you're pointing out are pretty sufficient to me.
In the boat, like how is that? How is that look out there?
I mean, everybody, as soon as you get there, I mean, there's people on boats,
DJ, good to see you.
Grabbing drinks and, you know, food, whatever else. Like, I mean, everybody is fully prepared for the 4th of July. They bring, you know, all the drinks.
Except for his friend Bart, who just called this morning. He was not fully prepared.
Some food that they need because, I mean, they've been preparing for 4th for a little while now. But
not Bart.
When we got there, I helped my buddies tie the boats up because the tie line was right here, the Palm Beach was in the middle, and then the Triton was on the outer side.
Notice how this guy who can't give me a singular fucking coherent detail immediately locks in to tell you exactly where every boat was.
And
the order.
There was about a drop off from where the bow was. I mean, if you jumped off the bow, you were probably about neck deep in water, but if you got off the stern, you were probably
it's not that I like the guy. I just think he's got some good points. This is my first time I've ever watched the guy, so I haven't watched him enough to like him. But so far, not bad.
Deep in water. I mean, but when we got there,
bow's the front, stern's the back, in case you don't know.
Tied up, got, you know, bow and rear anchor set, and we tied up all the boats, made sure they were good, and everyone just got on the water. And then eventually, next thing you know, it's our group. And then, you know, next thing you know, there's 50 other people around.
Next thing you know, it's our group. Next thing you know, it's the way he speaks is deceptive.
And us, and then
when I'm interested in timeline. When you don't speak in chronological order, red flag for me.
It just grew and grew as the day came on. And, you know, I mean, that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking, you know, I mean, it's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves. And, you know, it's a big party, basically. Big party.
I want you to notice in its entire answer, he never said what they were doing. He said what everybody was doing. He keeps doing that. He keeps generically referencing what happens generically on Horn Island on the 4th of July. He never, Tatum asked him, hey, what do you guys do on the boat on the way out? Never tells you that, tells you all about the weather. What did you guys do when you got there? Well, everybody out there just drinks and eats. That's what people do on Horn Island. It's just generically what happens. Never answers the question. That's on purpose.
Yeah, so y'all pretty much having a good time. Just like anybody would imagine, 18-year-olds, probably 20-year-olds, college students, out on the island, women, you know, you probably had alcohol. Y'all having a good time.
Yeah, of course.
And so
he admits to having alcohol, yet, you know, he can, and then, you know, Tatum, the fact that he's not asking even deeper questions, going more into depth, excuse me, with these questions. It's like super, it's like, it makes it even more weird because, you know, it's one thing to admit to having alcohol, but, you know, after the fact that he admitted to having alcohol, why not ask this kid how drunk he really was? Why not see how much he drank? That's very important. Obviously, he wasn't very drunk if he's able to remember specific times and everything that happened and, you know, every little thing that they did on the island for the most part. Obviously, he wasn't all that drunk.
Nolan in this, you know, you guys out there, the friend groups out there, 3 boats.
Watch that swallow. Watch that uncomfortable shift in demeanor. He just mentioned you were probably underage drinking. And the guy, yeah, of course. And then he says, where was Nolan? He goes, watch this uncomfortable shift in demeanor when he asked that question.
Yeah, of course.
And so where's Nolan in this? You know, you guys out there, the friend groups out there.
Looks away off in the distance. I don't know who's standing off camera, but he looks in that direction, swallows. He's uncomfortable.
There are 3 boats full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where's Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, you know, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and
I had a
Do you have
couple
mods? I have mods.
conversations.
Right
That's
now.
where
Yeah,
you
I don't
start.
I don't know if I have mods in the chat
my line of work
currently right now, but yeah, I do have mods. What's going on, ATL? I see a lot of people trolling in the chat. I'm letting them enjoy themselves and have a good time right now, but it's all right. They about to get kicked in a second. I see like 3-4 mods. I'm sorry, not mods. I see like 3-4 trolls in the chat, and you know who you are. Don't worry, we'll call them out on it in a second.
where people start to answer your question is very.
Let me go back a bit. And whatever you're doing, it's not working. Trust me. That's why you haven't been acknowledged.
Full of people that came out there that seem to be the closest friend group.
Right.
Where is Nolan in this in comparison to where you and others are at?
Well, I had a couple conversations with Nolan that day, and
I had a couple conversations with. That's where you start. In my line of work, where people start to answer your question is very, very telling. The question was quite pointed and specific. Where was Nolan? Rather than saying where Nolan was, he starts off with, I had a couple conversations with Nolan. I think this serves two purposes. I think it's to, once again, to lead the viewer to believe he was such a close friend with Nolan. He's my best buddy. I think that's number one. I also think number two is to try to validate him as a source of information. But let's hear what he says.
I talked to him and a couple of my other buddies.
Once again, every time he brings Nolan in, he has to bring in the other buddies. Have you noticed that every single time he does that, it's never just him and Nolan, it's him, Nolan, and the other buddies? It's an associative relationship.
In a group, I was not focused on anyone solely, like looking and pointing anyone out, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I was talking to my friends that I haven't seen in a while from high school. I was talking from people I knew from college. I was talking to, everybody my age, and even people older than us were, over there. Like, I mean, it was just a regular thing. We're all used to this. We've been out to the islands before. My buddies don't just go out to the island on 4th of July, but they go out, every weekend. Like,
this answer is already gone all the way away from Nolan and completely to his buddies. Very deceptive.
Fish the islands. I don't just, fish around Horn Island. I fish around Ship Island too. So I'm very familiar with the islands, and
had nothing to do with the question.
I feel like it was just a big. I talked to Nolan, and Nolan was drinking. Everybody
has to point out Nolan's drinking.
Was drinking. Most of everybody, and I mean, Nolan seemed completely fine every time I talked to him. We had just regular conversations, and Nolan was making me laugh. I had a couple conversations.
No specifics on making me laugh. Just trust me, he was generically making me laugh.
With Nolan and Javon, Nolan and my buddy James. No.
Anyway, excuse me, I had my mic off. I keep losing my voice. I can't even get my voice. So anyway, ATL, just to answer your question, this is Jolly Good Ginger. So for Nolan here, for Warren here, I'm not going to say that he's responsible for it, but I very much so do think that he knows exactly who is responsible for this. I think he does. I think he knows exactly what happened to Nolan. And again, for me, the big no-no in this interview to me is the cuts. I would love to see an interview from start to finish with Warren. And also, there's a reason also why that there's not another interview. I love the way Tatum tried to make it look like, it was an interview that happened more than once by cutting it into parts. But it's quite obvious because in each part, they both have the same clothes on. Either that or it was simply for just more content. But there's just no brotherhood that I'm seeing throughout this interview between Warren and Nolan. And the fact that the mother stated that she has never had Warren at her house, it makes it even more obvious that they really didn't have the relationship that he claims him and Nolan to have. I mean, that's BS. This whole interview is almost BS. Again, his mother is a judge, so she knows exactly what to tell Warren as far as how to answer questions in this interview with Tatum. And to be quite honest, I think Tatum had a conversation with Warren's mother before this interview even happened, to make sure, knowing that he's skating on thin ice doing this interview in the first place, to make sure that he does not incriminate himself. It's obvious. It's obvious. I counted like 3-4 cuts though, guys. I think those cuts say it all to me. I mean, that is just unacceptable, bro. That's unacceptable. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it at all. If anybody can find the interview, and I'm just gonna play the version that I have, and hope that it plays the certain parts that I'm really looking for in this interview with Javon, which I've had a difficult time finding it. But if anybody has the interview with Javon, if they're able to find it, because I believe that video was taken down. Because Javon did an interview with the mother of Nolan as well as the lawyer, alongside a news reporter as well. She's the one who did the interview. I can't remember her name. And I had a good version of it up, which wasn't the original version. And I really wanted to play that interview because it was.
Okay, so
Javon Williams was the one who did the interview. And I think people are questioning Javon as to whether or not he's covering this up or he's hesitant to just finally speak up and say something. And I had the video locked in up here, but I just can't find it. I don't know what happened to it. So I'll play the one that I originally played in the beginning.
On the exact.
However, this is not the one that I was looking for at all. Bear with me real quick, guys. No, not here either. Okay. I think I accidentally clicked out of it. That's the problem. Man, I had the one that played most of that interview too, and I don't know how I lost it. And I'm not too big of a fan of this person that's showing this video here. Yeah, it's not showing any of the other parts. So tragic. Are you guys familiar with that video? You guys know a video I'm talking about with Javon Williams, though? Somebody screaming? She also knows what not to do to break the law. What do you say? I'm so confused. Juice, you there, Sam? Yeah, it's my apology. I had the mute on. Yeah, that video's definitely been taken down.
You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
For weeks.
All right, let me get the separate video. I didn't want to play this one, but I'll just play this other one here. I think I have it because I did show a little bit of it. I just don't think I have the whole thing.
Narratives that they don't know, saying I was the last.
Bear with me, guys. Trying to pull this up here.
For exactly this kind of sealing an autopsy pending grand near where he was last. First days of this
On the internet, just
Ben Crump. In his own words, Ben Crump. Because
Oh, that's not the one either, man. That's tragic. They really got rid of this video. I wonder why they did that. I mean, you know this kid, though. He's going to crack. I think he already cracked. By far. Oh, I think Samantha sent me. Much love, Samantha. Is this a TMZ version?
Argument between
No,
people,
this is not
and they're
it, though.
wondering whether or not Nolan is one of the people in that argument. You just described that you had another friend, not Nolan, another friend.
So this is the one that they're talking about that TMZ took down, but they also took down the other video that he did with my God, I can't remember the news station. But it was a news station, and then, like I said, the lawyer was present as well as the mom. And Javon Williams' mother was present as well. And I had the whole thing, and I don't know what happened to that video. That's going to bother me.
And who was in and got into a dispute. Is that video the other argument that you were talking about?
yes.
So,
Yeah, so this video is, it looks like he's in front of his house. I remember this one. That's not the one, though.
Javon, have you seen the video that's been...
This one, thank you, though. I appreciate that one. Yeah, and that's the one, the TMZ one is the one everybody's kind of like really upset about. However, the one that he did with his mother is, I think, is a far much better video that he did. Not the TMZ one, though, Samantha. That's not the one that I'm looking for, though. Dusty says, show how the audio was faked that Nancy Grace played. Nancy Grace is not, she's not the one saying that it was faked, though. She thinks it's real. Juice is not race baiting? Oh, no, never. Sam says, can you reopen closed tabs? Yeah, but I don't know. I guess I can do I can look at the history, but I don't see it even in the history. Oh, I think I actually found it. Is this it here?
On there, but it showed.
Yeah, I think I found the one I'm looking for, actually. All right, so this is the interview I was looking for. Let me play this real quick for you guys here. This is interesting here. And this video's gone, guys. I mean, I don't think you can find the original video anywhere. Otherwise, it would have popped up right away.
And Javon, I want to come to you because I mean, you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you could email it, ATL, if you got the original one. You could email, or you could send me you could just send me a link if it's easier. You could also see here, hold on. If it's easier, you could also just send it to my my little burner phone number. Whichever's easier, email. I'll probably see it sooner if you send it to the phone number or Facebook. Either is fine.
I don't think that Nolan would say, "Hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island."
For weeks, one explanation has shaped the public's understanding of Nolan's final moments. According to the friends who were with him, he willingly stayed behind on Horn Island after meeting a girl that day, expecting.
And Javon, I want to come to you because I mean, you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you?
All right. So you notice in this beginning of this specific part of the video, his mom's immediately bumps his side. So just take notice to how she bumps him on the side here, as if she didn't want him to say that.
And Javon, I want to come to you because I mean, you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem?
Was that by mistake, guys? Was that by mistake? She literally bumps him on the side as soon as he says, "Yes, ma'am." Like if she wanted him to say no. But this is supposed to be his friend.
Seeing him at all that day? And Javon, I want to come to you because I mean, you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying? 4th, you want to do? And Javon, I want to come to you because I mean, you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange? You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
No, ma'am. I don't think that Nolan would say, "Hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island."
For weeks, one explanation.
So the fact that he says no, he seems like, and he's to me, he's speaking as if he really knows his friend. The fact that he mentions he doesn't think that his friend would stay on an island with some girl, as to me, he's indicating that his friend is much smarter than that. And they better be lucky he didn't mention the fact that, you know, that he would never leave his phone behind. Because I think that's a very important piece to somebody as far as when it comes to property. You know how people are with their phones. Some people don't even want you to touch their phone, let alone look at it.
To understand why this new contradiction carries weight, you first have to understand who's making rely with them.
Skip this to the part where they show the other part here.
A lot of praying.
A lot of just leaning on each other in this moment and just taking it day by day. That's really all we can do right now.
Both their arms are moving.
It's just
No, she literally hit him on the side. They're just sitting there. But the minute he answers that question, it's almost like she hits him on the leg.
it's been hard. You know, every day is different. And really, every second is different, which is something
least to
people
me.
need to understand. Grief is not one emotion, right? It's multiple emotions, and they're all happening at the same time. And so it's just like 1 minute I can be I can be okay like this and I can talk about it.
How could Javon leave his boat on the phone, Olivia, if he was with his friends when they left? I don't think you're considering that. Olivia says that he left his phone on the boat too, along with many others. Yeah, maybe on the island. That's a whole nother story. But leaving someone stranded on the island without that is a whole completely different thing. If you guys are leaving your phone on the boat and you guys are all going back together, you're still present with your phone technically. But the moment you leave with somebody's property and it's still with you and not with them, that's not the same as just everybody just together and leaving their phone on the boat. The moment you separate and your belongings go with that person, and the one person that's left behind is Nolan, that's the same thing doesn't apply.
And then the next minute, I'm breaking down in tears because it's a constant reminder. Because if I'm being honest, we really just have not had time to fully grieve with everything that's going on.
This is your baby, and everyone must understand that. And Javon, I want to come to you because you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
No, ma'am. I don't think that Nolan would say, hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. Y'all go ahead and go back without even bringing it, like not even asking to get his phone back. You know what I mean? I don't think that any of that.
What makes you so sure about that? Because, I mean, obviously you've been with him. You've spent a lot of time with him. Did you know him to be someone to leave his phone or even say, you guys go without me?
Never. I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always.
Not one friend besides the one friend that actually seems like he's close to Nolan says that he is not likely to do something like this. The one friend that really seems like he's a friend. Now that's more like it.
Always how he's been every leave. He's
phone or even say I'm with him. Did you makes you so sure about that? Because I mean, obviously you've been with him. You've spent a lot of time with him. Did you know him to be someone to leave his phone or even say, you guys go without me?
Never. I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
You know, this friend of his,
Every
Tracy,
single
also
time,
told ABC that video people have been
Every
talking
single
about
time.
that was said to show some sort of altercation. It did not involve Nolan. He says it was actually him yelling in the video and that you and a family member were holding him back because he'd been in a fight. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. We were calming Tracy down in that video where he said, give me my effing phone back. It sounds like him. So I'm pretty sure that he was right on that, but
Javon, I'm so sorry to think about what you must be going through and thinking about what's happened to Nolan. I mean, you mentioned a phone. Tashima, a huge question so many people have is why he would have left his cell phone behind. And you say you were the person who actually went and retrieved that phone for the family. How'd you get your hands on the phone? Where was it?
That is correct. Christine called me and told me, hey, where are the boys? Nolan hasn't been heard from since such and such time. Where are your boys? I said, well, Javon is with his girlfriend, and I just spoke with Jalen, and they are headed to downtown, which I was literally getting ready to get in the shower to go downtown as well. She said, well, Nolan has been. So I instantly called with Christine on the phone, Javon. Javon said, no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. And he was like, what? Are y'all serious? He was like, yes. And so Christine intervened in the conversation, said, Nolan has not have been heard from since he left the island. So Javon was like, well, that's when I seen him. I haven't seen him since then. Again, everybody goes their separate ways. So I then hang up from Javon because obviously there's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then,
and to Sunday's comment there, I mean, I agree. I couldn't agree more. And I mean, these guys must be real strong because I mean, I'm a grown man and I definitely would be highly hurt if anything happened to my best friend, for sure. So the way these guys are able to keep their composure like that while they're being questioned about their close friend, and I don't think these guys are all close to him. Let's just be real. But for the ones that are, I mean, I would be truly hurt. I would be in tears for sure, without question. So I mean, and I'm not going to hold any of them hold that against any of these guys because not everybody is not everybody is. It's not easy for everybody to be emotional, especially in front of people. So I could definitely give them the benefit of the doubt on that. I'm not going to hold them to it on that one for sure, but these guys must be strong for sure because I couldn't do it.
Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, I called.
ATL, real quick. Sorry to interrupt it again here, but ATL, was that you? Did you say was it an email or was it a text message here? I was wondering if it's under the Bridget name. Maybe it's under the Bridget name. All right, let's continue this video real quick. I'll keep an eye on the chat here.
So I then hang up from Javon because obviously there's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, I called. He didn't answer the phone. I called LeBaron, which is their other friend, LeBaron Broomfield. He answered. He said, Jalen is in the gas station. Hold on. So he said, hey, Jalen, Mom on the phone. So he was like, Jalen, like, what's up, Mom? What's going on? I was like, hey, have y'all heard from Nolan? They said, no, we have not heard from Nolan.
But where was the phone?
So I was like, well, okay. So that's when we started checking the phone. Well, for Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like it was, I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one or two people there. But it showed that the phone was at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even
15 minutes to get the phone. 15 minutes to get the phone when she went there to get the phone. Is that fair? I guess we'll give them an excuse on that, why it took 15 minutes, huh? I mean, I've already given them a benefit of the doubt in many situations here. But 15 minutes to grab a phone after everybody supposedly, I mean, they're all kicking it they're all kicking it watching TV or doing whatever they're doing in the dark, right? So, according to reports, I mean, they are saying that everybody's phone was left on this boat. All right, so I mean, we'll ask this question: why weren't all the phones taken off the boat once everything was all said and done? So everybody that was present apparently had their phones, but whoever's phone was left behind, I'm assuming was left on the boat. So maybe they had to go get the phone off the boat. Maybe the boat was far away from the house. Maybe it's a really big house and it took them a while to go to the boat. Maybe they had to drive to the dock real quick, grab the phone. I don't know. 15 minutes? That seems like quite a bit of time to grab a phone and bring it back. Very interesting, though. and she busted in the door.
I'm like, they gave me the phone. Watching
Olivia
TV.
says she busted in the door.
Did they
Went in,
immediately give
knocked
you
on
the
door.
phone? Because knowing that
They
phone was
did.
there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even asked. I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone, or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the phone back to me. So
Christine,
when they brought the phone back,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dashima. I want to hear that.
when they brought the phone, after I said something about it, he was like, well, she's going to get it. I was like, who's going to get it? He's like, the girl's going to get the phone.
As soon as we got out there, he told me he loved me. Those were the words Javon says Nolan spoke before everything changed. According to Javon, that was the last time he ever saw his best friend alive. Pause on that for a moment before considering the contradiction itself. This is
Wow, that's crazy. And I mean, based on the interview that we just watched with Warren, we've never heard that once come from Warren's mouth, the fact that he states that he loves, his friend Javon. And not to make it sound like it is a race thing, but they are two, young black men that probably relate to each other a little bit more than Nolan would relate to other white kids. Which is kind of, I mean, it makes sense. But to me, I mean, if you compare the way they talk about their friendships, it's almost like common sense to dissect the fact of who really is not only closer, but who really is genuinely a close friend. Another thing, which the gentleman we just watched made the point, when he's being interviewed, Javon, he's not referring to we. He's not separating him and his friend at all whatsoever, as in we, as in the only time that I go hang out with Nolan is when I'm with my group of friends. That's what kind of separates the two for me. And that's not really common. Like there's no we or there's no group when it comes to me and my best friend. There's no group. And I guess I could ask the chat this question, and I'll put it out there before I ask the question. Do you have more than one best friend? The answer is probably yeah, but do you have more than two best friends? Is it common for people to have more than two best friends? What's more likely? I mean, and that's what makes it easy to me for me to narrow it down, because assuming that most people only have one and at the very most two best friends, I think it makes it much easier to narrow things down to the fact that Nolan probably only had one or two best friends. And everybody on the boat seems to me to be claiming that they were very close to Nolan and they were really good friends. The one kid said that he was really close to Nolan, which Tatum interviewed. And the parents said that they don't really know that dude. They don't really know that dude. However, he did state that he leaves his car at their house all the time. And he left his new car there because he said he just got a new car. So, I mean, either he's lying or he's calling the mother a liar. The story is crazy. It's crazy. I don't think that they're very familiar with Warren. It is questionable. I don't even question Javon at all, to be honest. I think Javon is definitely for sure close to Nolan. As far as was it Wyatt? I'm trying to remember the other boy's name off the top here. The one that the parents mentioned, well, she mentioned both for Warren and the other kid. I think it's Wyatt. Is his name? No, Tristan. I'm sorry, not Wyatt. Tristan. Oh my God, I don't know why there's so many friends. But yeah, so Tristan, she mentioned that she didn't really know him very well, that he'd never been to the house, and then Warren as well. he said himself that he'd never been over to his house, to Nolan's house. However, Nolan would always go to his house. That just sounds like a way to get out of the fact that he's lying. He made it sound like they were really close, and really in reality they're not. And I think for the most part he was telling the truth, because he referred to a group. And to me, it literally, he was saying that the only time that Nolan came over was when he was with a specific group of friends. That's crazy, man. Don't you wish some people were alive to see how people are treated once they're gone, especially in a situation like this? Only if Nolan could speak right now. Oh my God. Would he be disappointed in his friends right now? So far, the only friend, if I'm observing all these friends based on how they've approached the situation, the only person that I'm, going to give kudos to is probably be Javon. I mean, he's the one that's really sounding like a legitimate friend. Where did my interview go? Indeed, the truth will come out soon. I couldn't agree more, Olivia. The truth will definitely surface very, very soon. It's just a matter of time. This is not one of those cases where we won't be able to get to the bottom of it. I think this case definitely will come to an end, revolving around closure. I think that's what this case is going to come down to. I don't think it's going to be one of those cases that end up being overlooked. And as the mother has been asking, and she just wants this to be handled like any other case, and just to be handled the correct way. And they just want to know the truth. They simply just want to know the truth. Period. How you doing, multi-chick? If you want to call in, Olivia, feel free to call in. I feel like it'd be a good positive argument. I mean, you seem like you disagree with a lot of the stuff I say. So, I mean, I think we could have a healthy argument, for sure. When the truth comes out, are you going to accept it if it doesn't fit your narrative? Most certainly. Because my suspicion is that Nolan was murdered. But most certainly. And as I said yesterday, before I started getting into any details, I don't know if you were here yesterday. I think you were. And I said whatever that I misinform people on, which that's not what I intend to do ever. I do always mention the fact that it's just my speculation. However, if there's something that I do mention on my channel that is not a fact that I think is a fact, I will 100% debunk it for sure. And if anyone feels like I owe the friends apology, or if I feel like I owe the friends an apology for assuming, or not even really necessarily assuming, but I mean, I guess you could just say that, I would very much so apologize for sure. But I'm telling you right now, I don't really think that's what it's going to come down to. I don't think this was a mistake. And I would honestly be shocked if it is. It's just a matter of who is responsible. And specifically, I don't know who is responsible. That's the thing. I'm pointing out the fact that I think that the friends are very suspicious, at least for a few of them that we've been watching tonight. Well, the one, because we didn't watch Tristan's interview. But Javon, I don't really see much suspicion looking at his interview. I don't. It's just not there for me. Renee says, imagine those kids growing up, hiding a secret into adulthood, and it really messes with their mental. That to me is dangerous in itself. Agreed. DJ says, Juice, have you heard anything about his bio dad? I haven't heard anything so far. No, not at all. I did take notice that Nolan does have different last names than his parents do. So I'm assuming that the father that we see that is Nolan's father is not the biological father, but I'm not too sure. And I really haven't looked into it. From what I remember, I think they said that his mother had 5 kids. And I'm assuming that Nolan is, if not the first, probably her second child. Maybe third. Could be wrong. Nina says, I agree with you, Juice. I suspect to it is foul play, but not necessarily a racist issue. No, and I agree with that 100%. I don't think this is going to come down to race, however, in which I didn't share as of yet, but there was somebody who did come out and say that there was a lady who I think fought for us. It has something to do with Black history that was related to Nolan, but I can't remember what the name was. And it was one of the interviews that we watched yesterday, but I don't think I played the video that far. Carolina, good to see you. She says, can people call in? For sure. For sure. For sure. If you have the number, feel free. I didn't really catch ATL's message. I don't know if that was her or not that shot me that email. I don't think we got the original video either way. But I think they took that video down anyways with the one that we just watched with Javon. So either way, we're not going to be able to catch the whole thing.
It's not. I'm going to see if you can.
But either way, we were able to watch it. Let me know if you need me to post the number up here. I'm going to get it up here in a second, though. If you have the number, feel free to call now. The phone lines are open. I just want to check to see if I still have this video up here. I want to play this clip of this young lady here.
I just want to insert my opinion for like 2 seconds on the Nolan Wells case, because I just saw where Nancy Grace came out with the transcribed CETO call. And here's my thing. I'm from the South, so I feel like I can speak on this because I grew up around nothing but racist, okay?
Hey, much love, Veronica. I appreciate that. Love from me to you. Real talk. I appreciate it. I try to keep it real, man. I do. It's the Juice.
Hey, Juice. It's Carolina.
Hey, Carolina. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's been a really bad week. So what I just want to say to everyone is like, take a breath.
That's right. It was Christine. Thanks for sharing that with me, Olivia.
If everyone could just kind of like, I don't know how to say this, but I guess just like look inside your heart and see how you're treating other people and what effect that has on other people. I would just urge everyone to do that. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But what I want to say about this issue is I'm very proud of you because I don't think this is a race thing, like at all. Something happened. Somebody's not telling the truth. Somebody is lying, and it's going to come out. But if it had to do with race, I just don't believe that. I really don't.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, I'm not going to do like signaling here or whatever. But my son is Black, and so I've gone through some of this stuff, and like he's seen it. He's been through some of it and stuff. But if those are his core friends, they're not looking at him in that way, in my opinion. And you can say, oh, it's Mississippi. Oh, okay, well, I live in South Carolina. We're not as backward as you would think that we are. And we are not as racist as you would think that we are. And so I guess that makes me really angry because it's not the way that people think that it is.
Wait, you're
So
living out there in Mississippi?
I'm in South Carolina.
Oh, South Carolina. Okay, wow.
So, I mean, I grew up with a son that was multiracial in South Carolina. But I swear to God, other than like a few times, we never really had any issues. He's never had issues. I'm not going to say everything's perfect here, but I would say that, like, I grew up here, I live here, my friends are all colors. I don't walk into a grocery store and go, oh my gosh, look at this I don't even know how to describe it to you, but it's like, it's not that way here. I feel like we're doing better than the rest of the country when it comes to race relations.
Yeah, isn't there a lot of
Except for
history?
when, of course there is. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say Mississippi, not South Carolina, but I would believe South Carolina too. I mean, that's a pretty tough place in some
Oh,
places.
absolutely. But if you remember Mother Emanuel Church, when the white guy came in like a couple years ago, and the black parishioners invited him in to come and pray, and he shot them all down.
Wow.
And like, it broke our hearts, like, to this day. But I'm just telling you, the race relations here are probably better than they are up north. But anyway, I'm sorry. I don't.
No, you're okay.
I guess I just wanted to say that I don't think this is a race thing at all. Somebody did something wrong. Somebody's lying. Somebody's not telling the truth. And I don't really think that it has to do with race. I think it has to do with somebody who did something wrong, who's not telling the truth, like any other crime. And it's going to be found out, and we're going to figure it out, and they're going to pay for it.
Yeah, and I hear people all the time say, like, oh, stop throwing them under the bus, or stop throwing people under the bus in general. And it's just like, I mean, when you got conflicting stories like that, I mean, somebody has to be lying. And it's not, no one's going to lie, well, they will if it's an accident, but I mean, have you heard the people saying that there were adults on these boats that aren't coming forward? Have you heard that? Yeah, they said that from what I heard, one of the more expensive boats is what the adults were on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, it's like, I don't think it's a racial thing. It's like okay, that is rich people covering themselves, and that can be north or south or anywhere else, but typically Southern rich people, man, they will cover themselves.
Yeah, they will. I hope that's not the case in this situation, but I mean, it does seem like it could very much so be that.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things that don't make sense here. So anyway, I appreciate you taking my call. I'm sorry if I went on and on, but anyway, I appreciate it.
Anytime, call anytime. Much love to you. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, love you too.
All right.
Bye.
ATL says clearly y'all don't know what racism is. Are you talking to me or the chat? Bunch of dummies. What happened? Of course, a YT lady would say that. I don't see, for me, I'm not going to just throw that out there if I don't know for sure if that's a fact, and I keep it at that for, just because I like to state the facts here. If I'm not sure, I'm not sure. If I don't know, I don't know. And I just feel like the case does. I think what should be done first is us just simply finding the reason out why before we start assuming and throwing things out there that this might just or that it is. Now, might be is another story. However, I think that it's fair to just get to the bottom of what's going on before we just throw it out there. I think it's important that we just got to get to the bottom of this. We just don't know until we know. And that's pretty much all I could say on it. I'm not going to just assume, though. I'd be wrong to do that. And I don't like the way that's, I don't like the fact that Sharp and, Crump did that, but they debunked it. They came out and they mentioned that, they didn't apologize and simply say, we didn't, that wasn't our intentions. But I mean, they pretty much turned it around. They tried to. But it might be a little too late to do that, of course, if you already, projected that in the beginning. But, and then the world is kind of not, the world is kind of opening up that view because of the specific lawyer that they chose. However, I don't have an issue with that at all. Whatever lawyer best fits you is the lawyer that best fits you. I'm not going to question, his mom's attorney. But I will state the facts regarding Mr. Crump. I think he only represents black people for the most part. I don't really recall him representing any white people at all. But, he is, whatever he decides to do as an attorney is whatever he decides to do. I could care less. I truly don't care nothing about that. What I care about is simply finding out justice for Nolan Wells, and that's it. If it comes down to race being projected into this, that's going to be sad. That's just sad. And I do understand that time is still around. People are still living in that time. However, I just hope and pray that that's not the case in this particular situation. Mr. Juice.
Hey, Juice. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to put something out there. The only reason this has turned into be what everyone's calling racist case is because of the two men that they have, that Crump and I can't remember the other guy's name, because that's all they ever do in any of their cases, is always ones that make it racist. They are bad for it. We can't help it. That's them. But my thing is, the mother's a little shady.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Because she, before they even had the service for the kids, she's serving papers for possible lawsuit without an investigation really going on, a full investigation.
Yeah, and you think that she took that upon herself, or her lawyers provoked her to do that?
Her lawyers, because that's what they do. They that's how they get in the spotlight all the time, is because they always want to narrative down to be a racist thing. I believe these kids were kids. They were drinking. They were out on a boat. They were in water. An accident could have happened very easily.
Yeah.
Yes, someone had to see something with that many people on that island. Absolutely. To continue to go after the card that everybody's trying to narrate it down to is just totally wrong. And then people saying about the GoFundMe that the boys got. You know what? They deserve their time in court, too. The mother went and got a GoFundMe and didn't have to spend a dime of it, because she had celebrities paying for her funeral. She never took that GoFundMe down, so is it all about the money for her?
Yeah.
I mean, these kids deserve a time in court. They could be innocent as can be, but their names and death threats to them. But no one wants to look at that picture because, according to their attorneys, they're white boys. They were after him. The one, Warren, has been with his, they had pictures of him at the going to the prom, and you're not going to tell me that mother did not know anything about him. Your son was in what they said, starting in middle school or elementary school, in some classes together, played ball together, went fishing all the time. And there's a picture of him and Nolan dressed for the prom, and but the mother still does not know anything about Warren. That's a little shady to me.
Yeah, she refuses to speak to some of them. Warren, for sure, I think.
Yeah, she doesn't. And it's like, the thing is, an innocent child, even though he's 18, he's an adult, is gone. They got to come to it, the answers. And then I hear people always saying about, well, it's awful shady. They went and washed the boat. Well, anybody that owns a boat knows if you go in salt water, you have to wash your boats when you come out of it, because the salt water will classify up on your engine parts. We have a boat. If we go to the bay down in Maryland, we have to automatically get out of the boat. We have to take it to a car wash. We have to get the salt particles off of it.
Yeah.
And they're saying that was shady. They were covering up something. That's a normal thing a boat owner does in salt water.
Yeah, but I don't think they should be doing any of that if it's a crime scene, though.
Those boys did not know it was a crime scene, maybe. Maybe those boys, when they left him, when he said he was staying,
No, and if they didn't know all the way up until, 11 p.m. is when they realized he was missing, and then they were looking for him that very next day. His body wasn't found until July 6th. Originally, they thought it was July 7th, but it was they changed the timeline to July 6th. But
like I said, being a boat owner, now I don't have no big yacht or anything like some of them boats down there. We just have a pontoon boat. When we go down to the bay, when we come out, we have to wash it right away. If not, the salt particles builds up around the engine. And then the sides of your boats will start eating through the metal.
Yeah, see, I know nothing about boats.
I think that if everybody would focus on trying to pinpoint who all was out there and seeing and interviewing, and quit trying to, blame this one or blame that one, because no matter how you look at it, he's 18 years old. If he made a decision to stay behind, he was an adult. Who's going to question him?
Yeah. And hold on, I just want to answer somebody's comment in the chat, because I think it was ATL that was saying that we were uneducated. The majority that Ben Krupp represents is only African American men. I think there's only been about two white. There's only been two, I think, when it comes to white people that he represents. But let's be honest. What he mainly represents very highly profiled cases. And to be honest, and I'm not, making it a racing, but I'm just being straightforward, that most of the time it is all black people only, for the most part. George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, Flint, the gentleman, Anthony, Carmelo, all of the cases are highly profiled cases only. You got to have some money if you want to deal with this guy. And he does go pro bono, But the only way he's probably going to go pro bono is if he knows he's going to make a whole lot of money. So that's why people are always implementing the fact that this could be a money grab when it comes to Crump, which is probably true. I mean, he's probably the one who's leading the way when it comes to the mom doing all of this stuff. So it's probably the reason why she's suing all these people, because he's going to try to make his money. He's going to try to get the most out of this case. He probably can. I'm pretty sure. I mean,
Right.
one of his cases, a wrongful death. As far as his wrongful death verdicts, I mean, he's at 700. He's almost made $1 billion on wrongful death verdicts. He's made 61. He made $641 million on the Flint settlement. $641 million. That's irrelevant. But again, if you look it up, all the people that he's represented is mainly black. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to tell her that.
No, but you're right. I mean, what? And even the behavior. If that's my son, I'm still processing this. That when they had his celebration of life, I'm still trying to process that my son's not coming home to me every day, or I'm not talking to my son. Instead, his mom is filing through the courts to be his, what do I want to say? His beneficiary or whatever to his estate, and sending out his friends these letters. And she was only doing what he told her to do. I'm sure. Yeah. Let's get these lawsuits. Let everybody know that we could possibly sue him. We could sue him. We could sue him. Instead of grieving the loss of the kid, it's like the money signs are starting to click, 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 click in his head. He's putting it in her head, and they're serving papers. And some of these kids couldn't even attend because they were being threatened already.
Yeah.
It's just a sad situation, and hopefully someone that they finally find that they can interview that saw something. You see pictures where they said they see him on a boat at 6:00 p.m. Well, if that's the case, his friends were long gone. So his friends aren't lying about him staying behind. But again, people can make so much fake stuff, IG and this and that, that you don't know if the pictures are real, if they're fake. It's just like everybody step back, let them investigate, let them do it, and everybody come together. We're all bleed red, no matter what our nationality is. We all bleed red.
Indeed.
We need to come together. I mean, that's the problem with this country right now. And Crump is just makes me sick to my stomach. The way he just throws that racist card out there all the time. Have sympathy for the victim. Have sympathy for the people that loved him and cared about him. And quit trying to make this money.
Yeah, I agree. And then, to be quite honest, he from what I've seen, it seems like he only does pro bono when it's a civil matter.
Yep.
This family actually retained Crump, so they're going to have to pay for this lawyer if somebody hasn't already paid for them, which I don't know who that is, but I mean, they do have celebrities behind them who are paying for everything. But
absolutely, they haven't had to pay for hardly nothing right now.
No, and that's fine. I mean, they deserve that, and I mean, there's no amount of money that could, make up for their loss. So I hope that they get all the money they could possibly get. If we could try to keep it classy in the chat, ATL. I mean, not everybody. I mean, you don't have to tell us that we're dumb as fuck. I mean, we can keep it respectful. There's no need to. I mean, there's other ways to implement things to one another. That's not the way, for sure.
And not to get off the subject, but I just wanted to say one more thing before I go. I am amazed the type of person you are. How you are not getting mixed up in that other drama with the other creators. And when I heard you say yesterday, last night, when you first got on over the Ted situation and this situation, and you wanted to back away from it because all you knew is Ted was fine. And I just say, Juice, keep your head up. Don't get mixed up in that because you will go far because you're a good person. You've got the heart for this job.
Yeah, I try. And I don't want to, go ahead. You're good.
I mean, it's sad how, and I watch all of you guys, but I just was sick to my stomach the way JLR, I'm sorry, kept putting on his headlines about Ted trying to do this and do that when his own mod come on and said, Ted is fine. I'm talking to Ted. Ted's home. But he just kept on all day long of posting and posting and posting. To me, I had to back away and I had to go off of his channel because that's, to me, is giving false information to people and putting headlines up there that doesn't even pertain to what's going on. And I just wanted to let you know, keep your head up. I back you up 100%.
I appreciate that.
And just keep pushing forward, honey.
Thank you. I appreciate that. God bless you. And like I said, I don't know. I just want to be able to get on here and cover crime, get better at it. I always remind people I'm new to it and I got a lot to learn. And I don't know. There's been so much drama. I'm just kind of tired of like stopping to talk about what's going on drama wise. And there's not too much I can do. I mean, I met these guys. They're cool people. I know, I care for them, but I still got to watch out for myself too. And, my family as well. And, I don't know. I don't want to say nothing bad or anything, but we gotta try to make better decisions amongst us.
Right. You can't be someone covering true crime and let the behavior come from your team by threatening people. And then when someone says something about the team, they want to flash back at them. JLR supported Alex with all the threats that Alex made to people. But if someone made a threat to them, JR bashes them.
Yeah.
And you don't do it. And that's what I like about you. You keep yourself focused on what you're working on, Nancy and Nolan right now. And that is what I truly think is going to make you go far because you're not putting up there breaking news, Tommaso subject, number one prime suspect, because you're not going to do that because you don't know if he is or not.
Nah,
and that's what I think is
people.
Good about you.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't mislead people. When I get it though, I mean the content is something I'd love to have as far as like having 2,000-3,000 people at one time. I would love it, but I got to get there. I just gotta figure it out. Just consistently.
You will get there. Numbers. You will get there.
Yeah, and
you will get there. People's going to realize they can come to you, listen to you. You're going to show facts. You're not going to show just because the next door neighbor said that Tommy was the one that killed him. You're not going to go on there and say, breaking news, Tommy killed him. We know who it is. You always look into the facts. You always give everybody a chance to speak their opinion. And if you don't agree with it, you're going to address that person and say, well, I don't really agree with that.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but I followed Nick. I followed Dad's Gonna Lie. I followed the whole clan. And I had to back away from JLR. And I had to back away from Ted because in Vegas, they allowed him to act like he did and filmed him to act like he did.
Act like he did what?
By being the joke of the stock out there, being drunk like he was. To me, protect your friend. Don't put him on the internet because that's what made everybody spiral. That's don't light the fire.
That's a good point. But I think it's also like as men, I think we have a tendency to kind of forget about that sometimes and just we say to ourselves or even to other men, like, he's a grown man. I can't tell him what to do. I think that's how we kind of think mentality wise. But no, that's a good point though. That is a good point, what you're saying too.
Nope, you can't tell an adult what to do. And they got it when they're in that state of mind on how to get the super chats, how to get this and how to get that. They're going to continue to do it. That's their lifestyle.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as them being
And
drunk
all
though,
I
and stuff
say-
on stream though, yeah, I think to be real, JLR probably could have told him to stop, and he probably would because he really has a lot of respect for JLR. So I think JLR could probably tell Ted to do almost anything, and he'd probably do it. But
It showed it in Vegas.
But
that was shown on
but
camera in Vegas.
I won't hold him. I can't hold that against him though, and say he's a bad friend or anything like that. I'm just saying, I think if he would have said, "Hey, don't do it," he probably wouldn't, for the sake of him not embarrassing himself. But
that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Don't film it, and then expect the world to think that he's this person when they're seeing the opposite of it.
Yeah.
And I just keep pushing forward, Juice. Be safe out there. What you're doing is great, and I enjoy watching you, and I will continue to watch you.
Much love. I appreciate you, and thank you for calling in. By the way, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. You have a good one.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, I love everybody though. I'll keep it real with people and be like, man, I don't think that was a good decision or whatever. But I don't have no problems with anybody. I respect what everybody's got going on. But I just get overwhelmed sometimes, and I'm like, man, I can't be all into the drama and all that stuff. But there hasn't really been too much drama going on. People go through challenges in life, like Ted, and I understand it because I've been through a whole lot in my life, so I just don't want to be like a part of no drama and all that stuff when it comes to the going back and forth between some of these people that have been going crazy online. But anyway, that's not what we're talking about tonight. It's the juice.
Juice, hi, it's Gertrude.
Hey, Gertrude, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm high. I'm
Uh-oh.
so high. That lady on the phone. You know what I want to know?
What happened?
Why people have to call the juice and talk about every streamer in the whole fucking world. Let's talk about the juice. That's all I care about.
No, I appreciate you. Yeah, we really don't need to be talking about other shit.
We really don't. Let's talk about this fucking juice.
In a good way. But, I mean, some people I think just, they...
No, all I want to hear about is the juice.
They want to throw it out there that they don't mess with certain people no more, just to kind of give credit. But we don't have to give credit to
But
each
no
other
one cares. All we care about in here, just so everyone knows when they call in, all we care about is the juice. That's it.
Yeah.
It's all about the juice. No, but you know what else I was wondering? This lady had me thinking that was just on the phone. Juice, why is it not okay to say anything about Savannah Guthrie? Right? If I say, oh, Savannah has no lips, how can you talk about someone whose mom just died? Right?
Yeah. People overthink stuff a lot, I think.
But no, if I say Savannah's fucking Tommaso, which I know she is, I know you disagree, everyone freaks out. She's a victim. Her mom just died. How can you say that? But why is it okay for everyone to bully Nolan's mom, who just lost her child?
I don't know. I can't really answer that question. I couldn't tell you, but I don't know. I just think people overthink stuff sometimes. And I mean, as far as the screwing part, my take on that. But yeah, I don't know about.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
None of that.
If anyone even says the word Savannah, oh, it's fucking horrible. You can't say that. But everyone can say just terrible things about Nolan's mom. And she just lost a child. You know, that's, people should feel bad about that. That should be something people stop. Like, how are you going to say anything about this woman? But God forbid you say fucking Savannah Guthrie has no lips. It's the end of the world. And I want to know why that is, Juice.
I don't know. The world does what the world does sometimes. I don't know. No, I'm not high.
Is it because of the Today Show?
Is it really? I'm just chilling. I'm in my real chill mode right now. I'm not all hyped up. Somebody's asked me if I was high right now. I don't smoke weed.
I know you know. I smoked the biggest blunt, and I told myself, I'm not even going to call Juice tonight. It was so high.
Occasionally I'll smoke, but not really like that. I mean, I can't remember the last time I did smoke. That's how much I don't smoke. So every now and then, you know, I guess it depends.
Well, you have young kids, so, you know, you're still young, and your kids are young. So
I used to smoke back to back all the time, but I don't even, I don't know. I can't, it's just too many chemicals now. I tried it one day, and I thought I was going to die, so I stopped smoking. True story. I've never told anybody that story before, but true story. And my girlfriend will tell you she laughed the whole time. The ambulance came that day. It was funny because the ambulance, the person, one of the ambulance guys or whatever, the firefighter, he was he knows me. We went to middle school together. He was like, Troy. He said, man, get the inside and stop bullshit. He's like, you're faking. I was like, no, I feel like I'm gonna die. Like, yeah.
Wait. Wait.
I said I smoked some marijuana, man. And I'm really gonna die.
You're telling me the ambulance came because you smoked marijuana?
I swear to God. And my girlfriend was
called
laughing the entire time. She did. I told her to call him.
Did you call yourself?
No, I told her to call him. I said, I'm about to have a heart attack right now. I swear to God. And from that day on, I don't think I've smoked again, to be honest. Maybe a couple times.
And then you knew the paramedic?
But yeah. So I don't think I'll be smoking any marijuana or doing any drugs, that's for sure.
That's for the best. You don't want to be like me. All right, I'm going to let you get back to your calls.
I think
you'll be calling in. Have a good night.
Take care.
All right, bye.
But yeah, I can't smoke, guys. I mean, I know a lot of people smoke. I know it's legal where I live. Can't do it. She's always talking about she's smoking, so I figured I'd share an old story with her. Even though we got to get back to Mr. Wells here, that's for sure, though. But yeah, I mean, good point that she made. I mean, why can't people talk freely, you know, and just express their opinions without anybody like judging the fact that or not even judging it, saying, oh, you can't say that, you know, why would you say that? This is crazy. Like, she's going through this or that. Yeah. But you have to understand, people on the outside looking in don't care about her like her family. I mean, and we have to understand, you know, we do have to put ourselves in their shoes and understand what they're going through, but you can't expect everybody to empathize and put everybody, I mean, only if people were, you know, the same. But not even that, people are going to dissect whatever's going on in every possible way. Only because I think of past experiences and us watching all of these crime stories that a lot of us have probably watched where we've seen somebody not look like they're responsible for a murder, and come to find out it's the one you don't think it is the most in cases. So that is why people end up, you know, questioning people like Savannah. And as for the mom, she is officially famous due to this case that is not only viral but federal. It's not just federal, but it's I can't even find the word for it. You already know what comes with being famous. People criticize you as much as they can. Those type of people are the people that you're going to run into once you are known by the entire world. Okay. This case is not federal. I meant to say it's national. So expect it. It's not right according to a lot of people, and I agree. I mean, it's not fair to talk down on somebody who's going through something, but you can't just. I don't know. At the same time, just because they got something going on doesn't mean you can't question certain things, I guess you could say. Is it fair to them? Should we give them the benefit of the doubt? I don't know. Because of them going through something? I don't know. Because then that would be us overlooking the what could be possible. So, I mean, just imagine if investigators overlooked things that they thought that could not be possible at all, how many cases would not be solved. And I think that happens either way you slice it. But I mean, the families are one of the first people that are questioned in situations like Nancy Guthrie's case. So it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing that I kind of guess I go back and forth between. And I'm just a different type of person, so I can have that respect, but also question things at the same time, I guess. If that's possible, if you understand where I'm coming from. But some people don't care to make it clear that they're just speculating. And some people just come to terms that they're for sure. Like they know for sure that it's whoever it is that's responsible for whatever it is. But you know how it goes in the court of law. Everybody's innocent until they're proven guilty. So all you can do is speculate until you got the actual facts in front of you to prove that whoever's killed anyone is responsible for it. So I don't know. And I think too, another thing that I have to mention this as well is a lot of people will probably, I think most people have the idea in their head. They just don't want to say it out of respect. And I think that's just the truth. People don't come out and say, some people don't come out and say what they really thought until it's all said and done. I get that. But I think people still, at the end of the day, want to know exactly who you think it is too at the same time. It's a tough thing to kind of juggle. I mean, it really is when it comes to how you feel about that, I don't know. Because there's so many ways you can slice it, to make it understandable. When you do question people that the world feels like shouldn't be questioned. If that makes sense. Profanity isn't necessary to express one's opinion. Yeah, I mean, what's happening? Is somebody cussing me out right now? We'll take a couple more calls here. Somebody called too. I'm sorry I missed the call. This is Juice.
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
Calling back. I hadn't talked to you in a bit.
It's been a while, huh?
Yeah, but I watch. I've been a little under the weather. I've had a procedure done in my stomach, but I'm on my way back up now the mountain, and
good to hear
I'm
from you.
feeling a lot better. But I've really had this on my heart about Nolan, and it's terrible because I've lost a son, and I know he was 20 years of age whenever he went home to be with the Lord. But it is like I feel the pain that the parents have, and I know that he did have friends, and it's a terrible situation, and I'm just praying that truth will come forth. That God makes a way that whatever was done in the darkness will come in the light. And that's all that we can do. And like you said, the speculations, everybody has their opinion, But as long as we can have our opinion and not be haters.
I agree.
This world is so full of darkness and wickedness now, and we all really need one another. And like you were saying to the lady that called, and I'm praying for her because, not because I'm shunning her or feel terrible about her lifestyle or anything, because everybody makes their own choices in life, But when I was younger, I didn't live for the Lord, and I've tried to find joy in everything in life. everything that I could, and I wasn't really happy or content in anything. And life really got bad for me. Things happened in my life that brought me down on my knees. And I realized, it was like I realized that the Lord was there for me. He showed me, he loved me regardless of where I was in life, And I started serving the Lord, and not because he made me, because I desired to please the Lord, And my life turned around, and things became so much better in my life. And I started looking at people different, and I started having compassion for people instead of having some terrible remark to make about them. And I just wanted to say that this morning, that we can't stop the weakness. The only way that we can stop weakness is to ourselves.
Yeah.
Be the best person we can be. Give our hearts to the Lord. He's there waiting for every one of us to say, Lord, I surrender. Not to let somebody be in control, but because he wants to take care of us just like our Father is here on earth. He wants to be a father to us. And I found out I was 28 years of age, and, I tried things like you said you tried it, and I couldn't do it. For some reason, I wasn't able to do the things that I wanted to do to make me feel better, God kept me from that. But he knew later on I was going to serve him and try to have compassion and love for people that I saved, that it's where I used to be, And like I said, with Nolan, even with David, Celeste, it's a terrible thing. And what happens is people get so much in their mind about, getting some kind of result from somebody doing them wrong, that they don't think about what it's going to cause, the consequences for not only them, but for the families, for the loved ones that's left behind when someone is killed, or whenever you are taken to prison. Because if someone is found to be guilty for taking Nolan's life, they're going to be sent away for life, And I think about all that whenever I see the commentaries and everything and all the chats and everything that's there. I'm thinking, the Lord says in 2 Corinthians, I think it is, that if my people who are called by my name will pray, repent, and turn from their wicked ways,
Amen,
I will heal their land. In other words, he will give them peace. He will give them the joy that he wants them to have. This counterfeit joy is drinking, doing drugs, and getting out and hoop-hopping around, that is all in vain. It just keeps us from having what God intended for his people. And I'm sorry if I've said too much.
No, you're all right. Based on what you've observed also, too, though, do you feel like this is, what direction do you think this is leaning in? Do you feel like it's a homicide, or do you feel like this is an accident?
Well, in my gut feeling, I think probably something happened that they didn't. I don't think it was meant for him to be killed. I think maybe there might have been something that happened, and if that place on the back of his neck is from a blow, he could have been hit. Like somebody punched him or something, and then when it happened, they might have got scared, and he might have drowned. I don't know, and then he could have fell off a boat or done something himself. I really can't say, but I'm praying that God brings it to light. I have mixed feelings about it, and it's a terrible, terrible, terrible thing for the parents to go through. My son, like I said, he went to be with the Lord when he was 20, but he was at work and he aspirated on the job.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
there wasn't any foul play or anything. It was just that he did die at work because he got sick in his stomach after eating, and he tried to get to the window. He was working night shift, and but you know, I've wondered since then, you know, what could have been done, or what, you know, a lot of things, you know. And before we got the autopsy back, which took several weeks, I didn't have any idea really what had happened, you know. And I know that they're going through stress at this time, and I just pray that the people, when they do call in, that they and chat and everything, that they consider, you know, the situation, and God says He will take a curse and turn it into a blessing. And right now they're in the middle of a storm that is so blusterous, you know.
Well said.
And their whole life has been changed, you know. I'm talking about his
Wow.
parents, you know,
Yeah.
and everything. Multiple people, you know. And we are just bystanders that are out on the outside looking and wanting answers, just like we are with Nancy. But I hope that I haven't said too much, but I had that on my heart, and I just wanted people to know that, you know, that if we all would take responsibility for our actions, have self-control, and you know, when you've tried everything, and I don't mean to be a little old church lady saying this, but Jesus is the answer.
No, yeah, you're just fine, and I couldn't agree more, and I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts with us all. I truly do. We
Okay,
needed to
you
hear
have a
that.
blessed day.
You too. God bless you.
God bless.
Yeah, wonderful lady there. I appreciate her chiming in and calling, and she was pointing out the autopsy too. I mean, we still don't know what what the result's going to be, what the verdict's going to be when it comes to the autopsy, you know, and I think it's been a questionable thing because these people have kept certain things a part of the body on this autopsy, which has been causing a lot of commotion amongst all of the, you know, all of the public that's been, you know, following this case. It's not sitting very well with anybody. I mean, people are really starting to question it. I think she called me back on accident. There was a number that called me. I think it was a 843 number. I'm not sure if we've spoke yet. I think I can try to get this number a call back if you know who you are in the chat that I'm talking about here. Rickon, is it Rickon? Rickon, I don't know if I said that right. Thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. Shouts, Rickon. Much love to you. Or Recancelite? Is it Recancelite? I hope I said that right, man. I'm bad with names. I can't read. Much love. Thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the team. I think it's Recancelite. I don't know if I said that right though. Whatever that means too. I don't know what that means. Never heard of that before. Freckle Queen. What does that mean? Big welcomes, by the way. You text me all the time. Oh, so your name is just different than it is in the chat. Sharon, good to see you, by the way, Sharon. Toxicology is going to be a key factor for sure. Indeed, no doubt about it. It's getting real interesting too. I think this case is going very slow, but it feels like it's moving fast because of all the controversy surrounding this case for sure. What a case, man. Justice for Nolan Wells. One of the Nolan's coaches saw him around 3:30 to 4 and said Nolan was sober. I don't trust these other boys. Really scary. That one of the boys' stepmom is a judge in a tiny town. Yes, that's going to be Warren. But yeah, also to follow up on that comment as well, I don't personally think that Nolan did any drugs. However, I do think that he was probably drinking that night for sure. I don't know if it would be any fun for him if he didn't. I mean, he is an athlete, but to be quite honest, I mean, most athletes drink when they go out and party. It's Eric recounts a light. I don't know why that doesn't seem familiar. Maybe you haven't texted me in a while. Maybe that's why I'm not. Maybe that's why it's not ringing any bells. Who had an 843 number? Should I call that number back? Let's play this clip real quick.
And so as someone with the skin, I feel like I could speak out on this. Here's my questions. Why, first of all, so many of y'all want to say that it wasn't murder. Like, so many of y'all were so quick to say it wasn't murder, that things happened. If that was the case, then why do none of the friends know what happened? Furthermore, Nancy Grace just released a CTO call. Anybody in their right mind, if you hear what was on that call in the background where they're asking, is someone dead? First things first, you're not going to call CTO. You're going to...
So real quick, somebody brought up the fact that Tatum plays this call and debunks this call. I have to disagree with that, only because when I hear the yelling in the back that says Nolan, matter of fact, maybe we will pull up the call from Tatum here when he played the call, but he tried to debunk it. I'm not certain that I could agree with the fact that he was able to do so. So I would have to say that he failed on that one. I don't think he was successful because I'm still hearing the same sounds that I heard on the call that was actually enhanced, but he did play the original call. But I will say that I do agree with the fact that Tatum was saying she should have never put the caption or subtitles, whatever you want to word it like, she should have never put the caption on the video itself. What she should have done, but I don't know if this would have made her go viral if she didn't put the caption on there. But what she should have done, she probably still would have been viral either way now that I'm thinking about it. But what she should have done was did it without the caption and then let the world view it, see what the results are with that one video. Then she should have came back and then put the caption on it. But I think she wanted to be responsible for all of it. She wanted to take credit for all of it because somebody obviously probably would have listened to the enhanced audio that she came up with, or made, or enhanced, however you want to word that. But on another note, I think it's what Tatum is saying is the fact that it makes it difficult for people to really listen to the audio because they're setting the expectation of what they're gonna hear by reading the actual caption. So you're listening for the specific words that she put as the caption of the video, the enhanced audio. I just truly think as long as she can prove that she enhanced the original audio, it's fair game. But it's crazy because we all, if we're familiar with Brandon Tatum, he's been the one of the very few that are one-sided in this story. But it's almost like there's a switch of change up, as in he's starting to kind of see a little bit of, he's kind of starting to shift. Like he's kind of starting to move in the direction, in a sense, that this could possibly be a murder and not an accident, or maybe the friends could maybe be responsible. I'm not certain what he's exactly thinking, but I'm sensing as kind of a switch up just a bit, because he wasn't able to say that the audio was necessarily doctored. Now, he said that the other day, but today was a little bit different. I think he's starting to accept the fact that this audio is actually legitimate audio. Nancy Grace also said that this girl seems like she's actually innocent. And I agree. I think that the audio that she put out was very much so true and not doctored. And if it was doctored, that's pretty jacked up for the boys. But that's why it's important to be very biased in situations like this, because you don't want to just throw anybody under the bus. And this is the reason why these people are starting to sue, because people are, throwing these kids under the bus, and it's, it's putting them at risk of, ruining their ruining their lives. I don't know how I keep losing my voice, guys. Let me finish playing this too, since I already shared some of this video here. He was a cop here in Tucson. Tatum was, for 6 years. But Tatum's great, man. I like him. He's good at what he does. Why does it have 10 seconds more than the original video? It actually doesn't. The reason why it has 10 seconds more than the original video is because, well, actually, there's no, no, it doesn't, because there's a video, which I think is the actual legitimate video, because it's from WLOX News, and they're a legitimate source when it comes to a media outlet. And I don't think people realize, but there's music playing. She was able to go ahead, and that's another thing. I don't think Tatum's playing the original one, because in the original one, to me, is the one that has the music playing in the background before the actual call starts. But WLOX is the one who I believe was the one, I think. Let me just double check to verify so I'm not saying the wrong thing, because I'm pretty sure they're one of the few that released the original audio. But it's also what people think is the original audio, because we're not getting the audio directly from Cito. At least they don't have a YouTube channel or anything like that where they can put that audio out onto. They gave the audio, I believe, to news media outlets. So I'm not sure if WLOX is the main, one of the few that received the original audio. But that would be actually good to look up. Otherwise, if that's the case, there's a lot of people with doctored audio out there. If the one with the music in the background that's playing, like, the elevator music, otherwise, then that's not, then we have to say one of these news media outlets is putting out doctored audio. Let's finish playing the rest of this, but I'm going to play this just real quick, and then we might actually listen to this before I get off here tonight. Phone line's still up if anybody want to chime in. We'll probably cut the conversations a little short just so we're not too long, just in case we want to get another call in here. But I just pulled up that video. I was trying to find it here from Oh, here it is.
To connect you.
So to me, this is the original audio. To me, this is what the original audio sounds like as far as how it all starts.
To connect you.
I think their audio is also somewhat enhancing something too from the WLOX, because I'm hearing the sound.
Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
In my right ear, like just the voice, and I'm hearing the music on one end.
Our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking.
So I think they tried to do a good job editing and enhancing this video too.
Call 911. To say it wasn't murder, that things happen. First of all, so many of y'all want to say that it wasn't murder. Like, so many of y'all were so quick to say it wasn't murder, that things happen. If that was the case, then why do none of the friends know what happened? Furthermore, Nancy Grace just released a CTO call. Anybody in their right mind, if you hear what was on that call in the background where they're asking, is someone dead? First things first, you're not going to call CTO. You're going to call 911, typically, if you're worried about someone. Secondly, why did you turn down Coast Guard when they asked if you needed the Coast Guard? If you are sinking, and if there is that shit going on in the background, like what they're asking about, is someone dead, you should say yes to any bit of help that you can get, right? I also think it's odd that all of them got rid of their social media. None of them have really had much of an explanation. They do what your typical white people do in those circumstances. Look at the Murdaugh case, and there was no one of color in that case. But because they were prominent Caucasians surrounding around that death of the girlfriend, they did everything they could to cover up and get him out of it. The same rules apply to this, and like in my head, the same rules apply to this. They were both situations were boating, and in those situations, someone unfortunately lost their life. But getting back to the Nolan case, hearing that voice, like hearing that recording of them asking for, or just asking if someone is dead in the background. How is it that you're clueless and you have no idea what could have happened to him?
It's 17 seconds longer than the original audio.
Got her bob fixed to the heavens, honey. That thing wouldn't move in hurricane force winds. She knows something. Her gut tells her something, just like my gut has been telling me something has been going on with this case. It was too weird. It was too weird. And I got to be careful with how I say things, because y'all love to drag me through the mud anytime I talk out against Caucasians. So I'm trying to be careful with how I word this. But before I get in the shower, I've had a long day at work. Before I get in the shower, I really wanted to put a little bit of 2 cents in your head with that, because I commented on Nancy Grace's video, and already people have started coming.
I was asking to the person that said it was 17 seconds longer, and it's actually very difficult to compare the two, only simply because you would need to download them yourself to be able to do so. Because otherwise you can't compare them with the same videos, because both videos, whichever one you consider to be original, are different lengths. And they have 2 different things going on in both videos. How you doing? It's the Juice.
Mr. Juice?
It's been a while. I think I'm going to say that you are... I was supposed to listen to something you sent me.
That's right. Irma from Virginia.
So I truly apologize. I had a feeling. Yes.
Oh, no. I'm not even worried about that.
I know. It was a while ago, but I just wanted to let you know I remembered you.
But look, just calling to encourage you. And you stay out a lot of stuff, and that's a good thing. And the topic today was just talk. You didn't say anything about Savannah, her mom, or anything like that. But through the eyes of the Spirit, I believe that's getting ready to close up, and the truth is going to come out about that. And with the Nolan thing, it's deeper than what we think.
Yeah.
So it's deep. It's deep. And it's just a lot going on with that. And that's going to be revealed too. But anyway, you got a good memory.
Yeah. I try to remember. I'm not always good at remembering, but I try to.
No, you remember me, Mr. Irma from Virginia.
Yes.
So I just said I called to encourage you. And it's good how you keep a lot of unnecessary things out of what your theme is for that day. And I'll just continue to watch.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you calling me and sharing some wise, positive words with me, encouragement as well.
But it looks like you're kind of resting in your spirit now. You're peaceful.
Definitely.
So
yeah.
you're
trying to stay peaceful.
And don't ignore the things you hear. Just weigh it out and see, because it's a lot of junk out here. So just weigh it out, and if it makes sense, it makes sense. If it doesn't, throw it out. So anyway, good to hear your voice, and you take care of yourself.
All right, you too. Thanks for calling in. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Man, I love that lady. Beautiful. Man, she's always very, very wise words of encouragement there. And it's always needed, and I appreciate that a lot. I mean, I try to do that before, making a misleading observation, I guess I could say. I don't like to, just mislead people by just throwing things out there that I don't know for sure. And I try to keep it that way. I'm straightforward, for the most part. I try to be, at least. But I can also be misleading by being so honest, and make people angry because I'm a little bit too honest sometimes. That's besides the point, but still. Wonderful caller. Wonderful caller. I appreciate her calling in too. It's a tough case, and like she said, it could be a lot deeper than what it is because Mississippi has some history, guys. I don't know if you guys know, but Mississippi's definitely got some history. There was a murder. I think from what I read a while back, I think it was in 1955. There was a violent resistance to somebody by the name of Meredith. I think it's James Meredith. So it was some racial tension that escalated into riots and killings, and it was a national crisis way back in Mississippi a long time ago. So they've got some race historical history. So there's some fuel that you don't want to spark. That Mississippi goes back in time, for sure. In the 1890s, it's I guess there was a some type of explicitity or I can't remember how they worded it. That's too hard of a word for me. But anyway, there was you know how it was in the earlier days. So I think at that time they were excluding blacks, Negroes is how they would refer to it. So Mississippi it's definitely got some history for sure. It's insane, man. 38% of the Mississippi population is black, but there are 0 black statewide elected officials. So that could get people thinking. It's understandable. So that's all the history I really know when it comes to Mississippi. I'd have to do some research, but I mean, there's probably a whole lot more than that when it comes to Mississippi, man. It gets deep for sure. I hope it's not that deep, or it's race at all that has anything to do with it, or I hope it's not deep to the point where, how, just for instance, Warren, one of the friends of Nolan, or supposable friends, is, like we've mentioned multiple times, his mom is a judge. And as I mentioned earlier, I just hope she's not, I hope she doesn't have ties to, to be able to pull some strings, in other words. So this is what this all comes down to. It's going to really get interesting. And remember, in the beginning of this case, the officer had ruled that it was no signs of foul play. So immediately the public was very suspicious that there was something going on. Not to mention, we just mentioned that based on the autopsy report, there's been things that are kept rather than passed over to the other person that did the independent autopsy. So it's rather interesting case. It's a unique one. I don't know if we can compare it to Nancy Guthrie's and say it's as unique because we got a body. And I think confidence is high, and for the most part, I think everybody's aware that this is, or convinced that this is going to turn out to be a case that's going to get solved. And if I had to bet, I think that this case is probably going to be solved before the Nancy Guthrie case is by far. I think I don't know, and that's a good question that just came to mind, because I was going to say, I don't think we'll be, I think we'll be in front of a judge maybe next year sometime or into this year. I don't know if that's going to happen that soon because they really still haven't got all the evidence. So I think once they get the evidence, I'm assuming at some point after that, we may get a date for for these guys to go before a grand jury. But I mean, I hope so. And that'll be awesome. And if I have the funds, I'll definitely go out to Mississippi to cover this case on the ground. Hopefully they're willing to let people go in the courtroom, though. If not, it doesn't matter. I'll still be willing to sit outside that courtroom because I'm pretty sure it's going to be surrounded by so many people. This might even be bigger than the Carmelo Anthony one. So we'll see. But it's getting pretty ugly. It is getting ugly, folks. I'm going to tell you right now. Gertrude, what's up? I appreciate all your love and support tonight. Keeping it real good to see you, by the way, as well. Much love, guys. I heard my thing beep, but I don't know what that was. Usually when it beeps, I've got like a somebody sent a jewel or something like that, or a super chat. So I heard a beep and I was looking. So anyways, guys, this is a very interesting case. I'm hoping for the best outcome when it comes to this case. Real quick, since I think I got a little bit of more time left here because I work in like 4 hours, but sleep is nothing for me. Going back to the audio, I don't think you can I think you can narrow the time down. I think it's fairly difficult because there's, it all depends on which version you think that is a legitimate version. So comparing the CETO call that is posted by WLOX News, I don't know which one is longer or if there is one between those two that is longer or shorter. And I'm talking about the enhanced call where we hear the lady that discovered all this by enhancing that call. I'm not certain if you compare the two that both of those calls are different times as far as length. But according to reports, I believe the enhanced audio they're saying, which is circulating online like crazy right now, it's not the same length as the original one, is what they're stating online. The TMZ version is 20 seconds longer, and the Brantley's version is only a 37-second audio recording. So again, like I said, it's going to be depending on which ones you're considering to be the original one. Because I know for certain that call is not 20 seconds. That's for sure. It's definitely longer than a 20-second call. And so is the Brantley one. I think that one is 37 seconds too. So those, I'm taking it, are not the full audio. And remember in the beginning, we didn't get all of the audio. I think we've gotten more over time. I don't know if this is the actual full call either. I've heard that this call is about 8 minutes long, and then I've also heard that it's roughly about, I think it's like 2 minutes. Is it 2 minutes? Let me look that up real quick. Yeah, because I'm not too sure how long the CETO call is. It's showing 8 minutes and 40 seconds. They're not releasing the full call. And they only gave us a little bit in the beginning, and then they gave us more. I believe. And I guess I'd have to look that up too. I think I remember them giving us not as much as we got now. But CETO call length, and I don't think a lot of people know this, but they are saying it is 8 minutes and 40 seconds. And we definitely have not listened to that whole thing. Not even close. So that could change things too. What if that's evidence? One second, guys. I'm just trying to confirm real quick to see, because I can't recall if we got the CETO call, if we got two versions of it. I just want to be sure. So it says the version circulating online TMZ enhanced audio, and no, it's still saying the same thing. So I'm assuming we didn't get that was the entire call from the jump for the one that we have now. It's definitely got to be at least 37 seconds, but they're not really. I don't know. I would have to do that myself to compare the enhanced audio versus the I don't know if I got a timer. We could time it here on stream. That would actually be a good idea. I don't think I have a timer though. I could time it. That should be, let's time it. So before I get off, we'll time the. I don't know which one the original one is though, guys. Which one do you consider to be the original audio? Because they're shared amongst a lot of different news media outlets. So what news media outlet really got the legitimate original audio? I just noticed the Mr. Potato Head in the back. Yeah, Mrs. and Mr. Potato Head. Yeah. Should we even do a minute test? I don't know. Yeah, his mom said that actually two were not really like close friends to Nolan. She didn't say Javon wasn't though. And remember, Javon's the one who did, he's the one who did the interview with the mom. And I don't think she denied it. Yeah, mainly my Funko Pops are childhood memories. I actually got a couple others that I still have to put up there, but I'm gonna change that whole entire thing that they're sitting on because they're. I'll never get those again. They suck. I just got to get like a 3-row shelf. Actually, it'll probably be a 2-row for the Funko Pops up there. Nothing special, guys. Nothing special at all. Bunch of different ones. It kind of goes a little back. I was getting them when I was doing gaming. Right there is White Man Can't Jump. That's Billy. And I don't see. Whoa. Oh, at the top is Sydney, but you can't see him there in the back. If you've ever seen White Man Can't Jump. Nothing crazy, though. This Kobe picture is kind of crazy. You can't see it. It just changes colors. But yeah, I'm a basketball fan. Had to do it. Yeah, nothing crazy, though. I got the... What's that? I'm a Kobe fan, so I got Kobe right there. Kobe all beside me. Nothing crazy. Put this camera back up here. Oh, my camera's all messed up. We'll fix it another time, chat. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. It's okay. We'll leave it, though. Not even going to bother with this thing. The Kool-Aid, yeah. Everybody likes that Kool-Aid Funko Pop. I don't know why.
For me.
All right, so I'll throw on a timer real quick. We'll time before I get off here. We're going to time these things real quick. Time these bad boys. Let me find my timer real quick. I don't know the original one though, guys. So I'm just gonna time the enhanced one versus the one that is, I guess, from WLOX. Maybe we'll do that one. Flicker Fade. Good morning. Good morning. All right, real quick. Let's pull this up real quick. Let me pull both of these audio calls up. I'm just going to compare the two. So this is WLOX. This is the one with the music, and I think this is the one that the girl... I think that specific call right there is going to be the one that the girl actually enhanced. And let me find her original audio call. Bear with me, folks. I gotta get both of these pulled up. Do you guys know the girl's name? What's her name? Her YouTube channel. Is it Kicking It with Auntie Leah? No, I don't think that's her. What is the girl's name that enhanced the audio? Flicker Fade, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Much love. What's up, Bruce, by the way? Going Higher 69, welcome. She says, I'm about to live on my boat just for the experience. That'd be insane. Do it. Lash says, as for Nolan's parents, they lost their amazing son. So regardless of how it's devastating, pray for truth. Indeed, you and me both. Let's compare the audio before I hop off here and see how long the audio is. We'll start with the dispatch call. I'm trying to get the other one up. I don't know the name for the girl. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I want to see if we can add this. Janetta Brantley. Oh, I think that's what we were just talking about. How did I know that? How do I not know that was her? Oh, and that's what they're talking about for Brantley. Okay. And they're saying that. So they're comparing TMZ's audio to hers. But it's also hard to say, so you have to compare it where her audio stops. So wherever her audio stops from the beginning, I'm going to do it with the WLOX one, though. I'm not going to do TMZ's. Because I think it's WLOX, but we'll see. Man, I bet her channel went crazy after she posted that. What's the name of her YouTube channel, though? It's not Nikki Pope, is it? No. Does she not have a YouTube channel? No, not Katie, the girl who did the enhanced audio. What's her name on YouTube? Does she not have a YouTube? I thought she posted this on YouTube. Or is she just a producer that doesn't post on YouTube? She doesn't even have a channel. That's crazy. So the girl that did the enhanced audio doesn't even have a YouTube channel. You know, I think there was a war at one point in time on Horn Island. But I don't think anybody's actually died ever on Horn Island. Like as far as like what they've done out there, like people going out there for as far as reports go. When I looked that up a while ago, no one's died on Horn Island before, except for at one point in time when they had like a war. But other than that, no one's died. I think it's 320 people that have died on Horn Island. Let me see if they have her audio here. I'm wasting too much time here. All right, we'll pull hers up. Let's just time this first audio here. So this is the one from WLOX, guys. Here it is. And it says it's 37 seconds. I'm still going to time it for the sake. Or I'm going to time this one. So if her audio is 37 seconds, then we won't even need to do it. Actually, we actually don't even need to do it. We'll time the CETO one from WLOX. 1, 2, and 3.
To connect you.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, I'm going to stop it there. Hold on, because it's important that I get her audio to the girl that enhanced it, because I don't know where her video stops. So I need to compare it to where her video actually stops at, from the start of the actual call to where her video stops, to see which one is longer or shorter. As to whichever is the actual original audio, though. So we'll do enhanced audio here. We'll just listen to the enhanced one. I don't need to find her. Somebody will have it right away.
Come on in.
Where is the other? Okay, here it is. Is this some? Oh, yeah, this is the one.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working.
Why is this so hard? Did they make her take that down? Did they take the enhanced version down? Why is this so hard to find right now? Or does somebody have the link? Somebody send me that link. Does somebody message me on Facebook right now? Let's see. Somebody please send me that link right now. I need that original version. It's taking too long. Of the enhanced audio.
All I did was
Did Sam send me that right now? No, Sam. Or was it Sam? Who sent me that? Nobody sent me that link. Dang. Okay. But nobody has it then. Oh, okay, Eric, I actually do remember you, bro. Thanks for reaching out, too. So I know who you are. Flicker Fate says I slept a long time. I'm so sad. Nobody has that original audio. I think they took that down. Did they make her take that down? I gotta do all this research just to see if the audio's even still up. This is crazy. I love it. I love it. It hasn't been taken down. All right, here we go. Let's see.
Quickly explain what I did, what you're looking at on the screen, and why I chose to approach this audio the way that I did. As a professional audio engineer with experience in dialogue editing, dialogue clean.
Hey, we're.
Why doesn't nobody have the original audio? That is so bothering. So where do these people get this then? Well, I guess we can't compare it. Have a joint, chill out. Uh-oh. Well, guys, I wanted to compare this audio. However, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. So I'm probably just going to call it from here. I would love to compare it, but I guess I'd have to argue for now that they're both the same because TMZ's is, I've yet to hear it again. I think we have to compare it to when her audio stops to compare whose is longer or not from the beginning, because the beginning's the most important part, obviously. So we'll try it tomorrow. That's one thing I'll spend my time maybe doing tomorrow to try to figure out which one's actually longest or the longer, comparing the two audios. Either way, I think this has all come light. We'll continue to keep praying for the family of Nolan Wells as well as Nancy Guthrie. I said Grace. Oh my God. We'll continue praying for those. I'll continue praying for loved ones and friends and those in the chat. Guys, I thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight, and I appreciate those who are just staying patient with me and continue to support and spend their time here with me here on the channel here. It's a blessing, guys. It really is. I wouldn't trade this for nothing. I'm not gonna stop. No stop in my heart. As I always say, I'm gonna keep grinding and keep continuing to, get out here and do crime and just continue to support cases and just live in general on YouTube because I truly love just live streaming and talking about cases. I truly enjoy and love crime, and I've developed a pretty big passion for this, and I don't think this will stop anytime soon. Guys, I hope y'all have a wonderful night. Juice, if you talk to Maid, please tell her we miss her. Indeed will do. And I hope everything's all good with Maid. I hope she's going to come back soon. She said she'd still be in the chat and everything. So much love to her, and I hope everything's all good with her. And I'm going to pray for everybody here as well. I was going to say I'm going to pray for her, but I'm going to pray for everybody here as well. I know some of us have just been having hard times, and that's okay. I mean, we all go through hardships. We all struggle or have a flaw when it comes to something. And I hold nobody to it. I know some things are just not as easy for people as it is like for me when it comes to certain things, and vice versa. So on another note, guys, I want everybody to have a good night. Stay safe out there. Watch your back. Always keep your eyes open. Be careful and watch your surroundings. It's been a pleasure. I'll see y'all next time, guys. It's your boy, the Juice. I'll see y'all next time, guys. Love you guys all.
Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise.